Alrighty, guys, good morning. Hi, happy fucking Wednesday. Hope you guys are on a wonderful morning so far, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing more of the OW2s tonight. Good. You guys are having a wonderful evening, though. Installed my new cable, another new cable. I'm definitely going to send the other one back because I don't think it did anything. It might have even made things worse. So, into the box it goes. Yep. Fun. Ready. Okay, well, let's see what's going on in the tubes here tonight, guys, and go. Oh. Good. Going on my desktop here. Management instrumentation. What's going on here? I might have got another not so great cable. Try to make things better, guys, only make them worse. True story. The old EU server. Currently, I'm on EU. No. I just shot it underneath his shield and hit him. I wonder if they make shielded extension cords. They probably do. Prevent EMI. Thinking about that now, I actually have extension cords ran next to my video cables. It should make a difference, but maybe it does. Actually, probably does, but how much of a difference it makes, another question. I'm gonna get my coffee, guys, and we will start things out here. 1 second. You're back. Alrighty. Got the coffee. Time to get into the dues, guys. Yep. Let's see. Huh? Okay. God. Want to use a private browsing session? Fuck off, Amazon. I actually have the mono price. Right there is one I was using. It's still there. Still there. Power Berry was not what I just bought. Kids. Once again, you start getting up here, guys, and there's almost nothing differentiating them. They're clearly different cables that perform different. I wonder who certifies them. Does Visa certify them? Ah! Oh my god. I like how it's a gold-plated connector that is corroded. I don't think the gold-plated connector causes corrosion, which is what it's implying here. Hertz at what resolution, though? Oh. Yep. That's FreeSync, not G-Sync, buddy. Pal. Friend. Oh, good morning, Kyra, by the way. Perfect handshake. HDMI cutting out. That's I don't know. Flickering, which usually means the bad cable. During the number of reviews, that's actually not that bad. Green flickering HDMI. $37. 900 reviews. 2,600 reviews. 37. Fifth. This is double the number of reviews, but 5 times as prevalent in critical reviews. But that doesn't mean what's in the critical review, right? Yeah. A Yudi. Booker. It doesn't shield each one of the strands. $278 out of 10K. Five times 150 ish, maybe 200. Yeah, so this is here. Power Bear in the trash. Like, the only thing you have to go off of, like, you could intentionally, while putting aside an initial product review for something like a cable, right? You could 100% make, continually check them because they produce in batches, and what sometimes happens with Chinesium is they'll get, like, one really good run, and then they'll get good reviews, especially from people that critique stuff, and then they'll just start making them cheaper because that's how they maximize their money, right? And then you end up with a product that's basically not even the same as what it originally was. But obviously with people buying over time, the customer reviews are going to change over time too, right? But with like a static product review, like let's say Artings or Project Farm or someone tests out a cable, you know, they only have one data sample, right? And it's tough to actually figure out if that's continually how the cable or whatever functions. Green. Not HDMI 2.1. Like, the best way you can actually check a cable is if it actually runs at the resolution it says, but you'd have to have two devices that are capable of running at the set resolution, right? So an 8K monitor, and an 8K graphics card, or a graphics card that can output 8K, or 4K at 120 and HDR. HDR adds even more load to it. Not certified, 75. About on par with Power Bear. Amazon review. I don't know. Fuck. happening the other night. Fair 0%. 2. J-Sox? Yes, J-Sox. $29 out of 11,000, which is actually pretty good. That's a better ratio than Power Bearer. Not what you want to see, which is cutting out. Not 2.1, not 2.0. Bad HDMI cable, lasts 1 year. It just doesn't work anymore. What the fuck's going on here? Yep, great website. It's a cool idea, right? Because there is problems with false reports on Amazon, all different sorts of manipulating review ratings. But if it doesn't work, maybe it's just the fact that it's brand new and everyone's like, "Oh my god, this is kind of cool." Because I've always thought about this. I know they're fucking loading their reviews, right? And then you want to see how much and who's loading the reviews. What the fuck is going on here? Good extension. Like a normal extension cord. Maybe they're called something unique. I'm sure they make them. Oh. Hi-Fi power cord. I mean, this is where you get into the snake oil. Ah, I swear they just finished analyzing that. Hi-Fi power cable. 10 AUG. Amps. How big is it? 5 feet. Not nearly big enough. That's what she said. feet or 25. Or Idwin, you're late again. Docking your pay. Had enough. Like, you think they make these, right? I think they make shielded cables, and I guess this is one, but it's like specifically made for audiophiles? I'm not really interested in. This isn't that expensive. I mean, it's still very expensive, but... Copper braided shielded layer. Round. Make any longer ones though. I need a long cable. Six. Potentially put two together or three. I mean, I take that back. These are actually really expensive. Amount of distance they cover. Carbon fiber. One has to make a shielded electrical cable. As always, as it goes. Just regressing back into afternoon self. Not exactly where we want to be, but what we got right now. They do look like they're good quality. Take a longer cable. Put hi-fi in the name? Is that what's going on here? Audiophile. That's a gross word to type in because it means everything's going to ballooning cost. With no real benefit for doing so. Hate the word. $5 feet, 6 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet. One meter. I think these are designed to get away from, you know, obviously where everything comes out of an amp or receiver or whatever. It's designed for that little run or that little space in which they're going to be in close proximity to audio cables, right? Before you get it to a normal extension cord. North American cord. This is like for your computer. $10 feet. 15 feet. The data wasn't right. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm not too sure about that website you gave me, Idwin. It doesn't seem to always work, or at all. Doesn't always seem to work properly, or at all. Yeah. What? Just had 2 hits and now it had 1. What? How the fuck does that happen? Oh. The shielding on the cord, it's not shielding. That is just the sheath. That's not shielding. That doesn't work. That's weird. I mean, there's this audiophile shit, right? But I fully expected there to be just normal shielded cabling for an industrial environment where you need to eliminate noise. Not just audiophile shit. Oh, well, so much for this idea. I'm not going to spend $100 on a cable. 3 cables and put them together. Holy shit. And I need 2 of them, too. I don't even think it would fix anything, so... No. Oh, Final Price usually has a shitload of AV and stuff. Not here. I think I have a better idea. No. More chords? Abrasion resistant. That means you can pull it against shit and it won't fray or shipped, or I don't even know what. Shielded electrical wire. Shielded electronic power cables. Money package 25. Amps. Ah, that's a little light. A little light, guys. Shielded 9.5 feet. 20. Then you have to get the end connectors too. Actually, no, you don't. Well, no, you'd still have to get one for the other end. Well, 100 feet is only $1,000. This is really thick shit. That's what she said. Did. Per foot, $2. Volt AC, 600 volt AC, and stuff. Age. Difference. Bend radius. Amperage, which should be generally based on the gauge. 7 amps, 14 amps. 6 amps. Oh, 18. Wire gauge, cable gauge. I guess these are thinner cables. So thinner makes it Then better. Players. Oh. That would be it. $1.68. Log in to view product details. Oh my god. $14 amps, 18.3. So it'd be like 20 feet would be bucks. Flex cable. Layer shielding, prevent interference. Robotics and cable carriers. There's McMaster-Carr, guys, is like they're like a global supplier for a lot of weird shit. Like they do everything, absolutely fucking everything. They kind of get like generics. They basically have a shitload of suppliers, and they get generics and rebrand them basically as their own thing, which is what you're seeing. And they just call it what it is rather than a brand name. Basically buy McMaster-Carr branded stuff, even though it technically doesn't have their brand name on it. Essentially that, but they have literally fucking anything. If you ever need something, they have it. But they usually charge you a premium, anywhere from like 30 to 50% over what you could buy if you just bought it somewhere else, or sometimes 2 or 3 times. Because they do a lot of specialty shit. So, here we go, guys. There is a shielded cable that I can buy, and it's actually cheaper than the audiophile shit. Surprisingly, it's cheaper buying McMaster-Carr and making your own shielded cable. And they probably, by the way, the people that make these cables probably actually get their cable from McMaster-Carr. So, yeah. And then they just put ends on it. Still hoping there was just a solution you could just buy. This is technically a solution. I'm not buying these, though. Fuck that. Fuck audiophile stuff. Fuck you, audiophile. Enough of this. Fuck off. Let's take a look at YouTube. Oh, we're gonna look at this, weren't we? Race to save the Panama Canal. What's happening to the Panama Canal? What? Oh my god. What's going on with the Panama Canal? Segue, we have to look at B1M, guys.
The Panama Canal connects 2 of the world's biggest oceans, and it's suffering from a strange problem. It's running out of water. That's a big deal, because billions of dollars in global trade and almost half of all US sea freight passes through here every year. The lack of water is reducing the number of ships which can pass through each day, and that's creating an enormous traffic jam. If you're the unlucky captain of one of these ships, then you have 3 options. Take a very long detour, pay big bucks.
Feminists 30 years ago are different than feminists today. 40 years ago are different than feminists today.
Anyone you choose is going to push the price of whatever you're carrying. But why is this happening? The Panama Canal is a triumph of engineering which helped launch the US as a global power over a century ago. But its ingenious design has also left it vulnerable to a very modern problem. Climate change has been reducing the rainfall the canal relies on for much of the last decades, and it's only getting worse. A plan is in place which could fix the problem, but will it be completed before the droughts derail the global supply chain and a huge part of Panama's economy dries up? This is the race to save the Panama Canal. It's hard to overstate the importance of the Panama Canal to the global supply chain. 6% of the world's shipping passes through this 82-kilometer passage.
Like the Suez Canal. The one in Egypt? I'm pretty sure that's the Suez Canal. Where's the Suez Canal? Yeah, it's the one where the ship got stuck and basically global trade had it shit itself for like a month. Yeah. English subtitles. Oh my god. Font size 200%.
The US, there's a good chance that whatever you're
United
watching
Kingdom,
has
Queenglish.
sailed through it. It's so important that many container ships are classified after which part of the canal they can fit through. And by sneaking through here, they can avoid the 20,000 kilometre trip around one of the most dangerous stretches of water in the world.
Yep.
Now, looking at it on a map, it seems perfectly logical to create a canal here, but the ground conditions mean building it was anything but straightforward. Its ingenious design was only arrived at after a disastrous failed attempt which claimed the lives of tens of thousands of workers and destroyed the careers of two of France's most famous engineers. In 1869, Ferdinand de Lesseps completed work on the Suez Canal, a huge achievement that made him a household name in France. Then, in 1880, he began work on its follow-up act in Panama. De Lesseps planned to dig a huge canal just as he had done at Suez, which would allow ships to sail through at sea level. But Panama's tropical jungle is a far cry from the Egyptian desert. While the isthmus was chosen for its low elevation, it's still one of the hilliest areas of Central America. Most of the soil in the canal zone is composed of soft, crumbly clay, which becomes even more unstable when wet. But late in his career, and riding on his earliest success, de Lesseps' confidence had gotten the better of him, and he insisted on sea-level design despite the clear problems it posed. Sure enough, construction ran into problems almost immediately with the excavation of this, the Culebra Cut. De Lesseps wanted the canal to be as steep and narrow as possible to keep work to a minimum, but constant landslides required the team to keep widening the trench to create a more stable bank. This is the Culebra Cut when it was eventually abandoned in 1889, and this is how it appeared after it was successfully completed in 1914. To make matters worse, the wet conditions destroyed the primitive steam shovels by causing them to rust. But worst of all, there were tropical diseases which tore through the workforce, killing labourers and chief engineers alike. The excavation of this short stretch of canal was such a disaster that it swallowed up $280 million, bankrupted the project, and cost the lives of 22,000 people. It caused such a scandal back in France that de Lesseps and other engineers, including Gustave Eiffel, yes, that Eiffel, were put on trial, fined, and even ordered to serve jail time. The canal then sat abandoned until 1904 when it was picked up by an American expedition, and this is what they built. To avoid the seemingly impossible task of digging through unsuitable soil, the US came up with the ingenious idea of raising the canal over the land. 3 sets of locks were constructed at either end, which raised ships 26 metres above sea level. In between this, the Culebra Cut was finally completed, and a dam was created across the Chagres River, creating a huge artificial lake. Using new machinery and taking advantage of modern breakthroughs in tropical medicine, the canal was completed in 10 years.
Modern breakthroughs in tropical medicine.
Triumph for an emerging world power. Not only did it create a new shipping route across the continent,
not really something like industry hangs on nowadays, is it?
It also contained the largest dam and artificial lake in the world. Since its opening, the canal has been crucial to global trade, and in 2010, the 1 millionth ship passed through its locks. But since then, the canal's hit some problems. A massive drought caused the authorities to declare a state of emergency and limit the size of ships allowed to pass through it. The ingenious design which bypassed the soft terrain has also become the canal's Achilles heel. It takes nearly 200 million litres of water to pass a ship through one of the locks. The newest set of locks are able to recapture about 60% of that, but the canal mainly relies on the rainy season between May and December to top up water levels.
I was going to say, they could just pump in seawater, couldn't they?
The rainy season was the driest in
I guess that would also
century.
take a shitload of energy to do.
That was caused by El Niño, a weather phenomenon which affects Central and South America, causing rain in some areas and droughts in others. El Niños occur every few years, but climatologists claim this one was particularly bad because of climate change, and they warned they'd become more frequent and more severe in the future, and that's exactly what happened. 2023 saw the longest prolonged dry spell in the canal's history. Up to 40 ships are capable of crossing the passage every day, but in November last year that number was slashed to 24, and by February it's likely to drop even lower. That's all leading to a massive traffic jam. Last August, there were 160 ships queuing to pass through the canal. And those that are passing through aren't sailing at full capacity. The largest class of ships, the Neo-Panamax containers, are carrying 40% less cargo, so they sit higher in the shallow water.
Huh.
While most passages are booked in advance, the canal authorities reserve some slots which are auctioned off to the highest bidder. In November last year, a tanker carrying liquefied natural gas paid nearly $4 million on top of the usual $400,000 sailing fee.
That was during the Ukraine war natural gas scare, I guess you could say, scarcity scare, which still kind of exists, but not really, because they don't want to deal with that. 1 second, guys. You're back, guys. Alrighty, guys. I had some family members staying over, and they were leaving. And as you can imagine, in the north, that takes longer than normal. So, long break indeed. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Yeah. Saying goodbyes, guys, takes a while, so. Bye-bye! That'll happen. Alright, Panama Canal.
So, what are engineers doing to get the canal back to capacity? In September last year, the canal authorities gave their backing to a plan to create a new reservoir for the canal. The scheme was first devised in the late 90s and involves creating an artificial lake by damming the Indio River. Fresh water would then be supplied to Lake Gatton by an 8-kilometre tunnel. But it's not done yet. A 2006 law which allowed the expansion of the canal's locks banned the canal's authority from constructing any more reservoirs. For the Indio River plan to go ahead, that law would have to be overturned. And that won't happen without a fight.
Demonstrators opposing a controversial mining contract given to a Canadian company that critics say will put Panama's environment and water supply at risk.
These protests have rocked Panama for months, and any new reservoir is certain to be met with similar opposition. But while Panama struggles to come up with solutions, elsewhere...
Difference between making a new one and damming up a lake that already exists.
Long-forgotten schemes that could bypass the canal entirely are attracting attention. In May, Nicaragua's foreign minister talked up the possibility of a partnership with Belarus to build a canal across his country. This route was originally looked at by the US in the 1900s, but abandoned in favour of the shorter option in Panama. In 2022, Florida-based company Zergotran launched an attempt to build a 130-kilometre tunnel in neighbouring Colombia, which would transport shipping containers coast to coast on maglev trains in just 30 minutes. But the strongest challenger to the canal's crown is Mexico's interoceanic corridor, which is already under construction. When completed, it'll ferry freight and passengers 300 kilometers via road and rail links.
But then you have to know of another ship to pick it up.
Canal, this isn't exactly new either. A railway first opened here in 1907, but was run out of business when the Panama Canal opened 7 years later. When freight services began again in September 23, it was hoped they would have the upper hand this time around. It'll be years until we can say for certain what's going to happen to the canal or trade in this part of the world. Whether the Panama Canal
loading all those containers, guys, would take an absolute shitload of time.
Remains to be seen. But if that does come to pass, then the golden age of one of the greatest
this is the age-old argument of sneakernet, right?
Firmly in the past.
So data moves really fast with the tubes, right? The cable tubes. But never underestimate just someone with a shitload of hard drives packed into a minivan that just drives 30 miles, right?
brickborrow.com. And if you enjoyed this video and you're bored to tears, stuck in that massive queue of ships,
you have to unload all those ships. That's insane.
Subscribe to
the best case scenario is just building another canal. Like look at some of these. Like unpacking these is like a feat in and of itself.
The golden age of Panama Canal.
Like it just takes a boatload. It doesn't matter how fast you can shuttle like one of these. It's just fucking stacked.
Or retains its dominance in the global supply chain, or just becomes one of many options, remains to be seen.
Ships are insane.
But if that does come to pass, then the golden age of one of the greatest engineering projects in the world will be firmly in the past. Don't forget that we're inspiring the next generation of builders through our investment into Brickborrow, a fantastic
Legos are expensive, guys.
Service.
Very expensive.
You can learn more.
They need to endorse non-Lego. They probably don't pay as good.
Video and you're bored
accessible Legos.
Stuck in that massive queue of ships down in Panama, why not subscribe to the B1M?
Good. Okay. Safer than humans. What? Ben Jordan. Apple Vision Pro review. What? Reviews out? I didn't think they had reviews yet. They still, they haven't released it yet, have they?
Well, it's here. The Apple Vision
22 hours ago.
Pro
let's take a look at this, guys.
Long-awaited entry into the world of computers you wear on your face. It's a headset.
Let's take a look. Mainly because I was looking forward to augmented reality, and this is one of the devices for it, which came out as says.
Which basically boils down to running apps all around you. Apple has to claim that the Vision Pro is the beginning of something new, because people have been building VR headsets for over a decade now. I first tried on the Oculus Rift at CES in 2013.
This is a stereoscope. Can you still see it?
No.
My foot just hit this thing.
Oh, we're back.
The latest successor of that Oculus is the Meta Quest 3, a very complete $500 headset with a huge library of games. Verge editor Addy Robertson, who helped me with this review, has tried on basically every other headset that's been released in between. In the meantime, Apple, from Tim Cook on down, has largely insisted that it's far more interested in AR, augmented reality, than VR. But now Apple is up and launched the Vision Pro.
I would argue that augmented reality is the evolution of VR into something useful. Fucking VR had no point in any way, shape, or form, guys. It was just a waste. Oculus should have morphed into augmented reality. They didn't. They're just like, oh well, I guess we made the device now. It's done. And then Tim Cook left Oculus, I think. Yeah, they're like, well, we made a VR headset. I guess that's it. And the next step of VR is literally augmented reality. It is taking virtual reality and imposing it over reality, right? Which is why augmented reality is so cool, because you can actually do meaningful things with it. You can't with VR. VR is limited to basically your fleshy meat bag and being able to put yourself into a universe. And that being said, you have to live in real life still. You can't just jack into the Matrix and live there and be fed through a tube. Maybe someone can, but for most people, that's not really. We aren't really there yet in terms of being able to feel what's going on around you, having sensations.
Which is meant to be a full-fledged computer with real apps that lets you get
augmented reality is really where it's at right now.
The Mac and the iPad and Apple's ecosystem of devices. But the Vision Pro also represents a series of really big trade-offs. Trade-offs which are impossible to ignore. Like, this wacky external battery is a really big design trade-off. But there are other, more philosophical trade-offs as well. And as I've been using the Vision Pro for the past few days, I kept boiling them down to a series of questions. Is using the Vision Pro so good that I'm willing to mess up my hair every time I put it on? Is it so good that I want to lug around this giant carrying case instead of my laptop bag? Is it so good that I want to look at the world around me through...
This is why I said, and this is why I've mentioned, guys, augmented reality is you just want this to be a screen. You just want it to be a screen and maybe have some other inputs that it needs to necessitate what's going on around you. But all it should basically be is a screen. It shouldn't be the computer. It shouldn't be the interface beyond just recognizing touch or the interface between just having a screen, and I keep saying screen, just having a screen and your cell phone, because we already carry around computers, should be the interface, or it should be the computer. It should be the computer because we always have them, or a laptop should always be the computer. Turning this into a standalone device is a big no, because at the end of the day, it's heavy to begin with. That's going to add more weight, and then you still have to deal with the batteries, which is going to put even more drain on it.
Through screens instead of with my own eyes. Basically, do I prefer using a computer in there or out here?
That's why you're supposed to do both.
Apple doesn't want anyone to think of the Vision Pro as a VR headset, but it's a VR headset. It's a VR headset with incredibly good spatial tracking that almost lets you pretend it's not a VR headset, but it's a VR headset. You put it on your head in a way that blocks out reality entirely, and then it shows you video feeds passed through from the cameras in the front, making it look like you can see right through the device. But it can also show you anything else at various levels of immersion. Here I am on the moon. Here I am halfway immersed at Joshua Tree and halfway still in the loft. It's neat. The Vision Pro hardware is stunning compared to most other VR headsets, which are largely plastic and often downright goofy looking. The Vision Pro is built of magnesium and carbon fiber and an aluminum enclosure that feels like a natural extension of Apple's familiar design language. There's a little iPhone 6 in there, a little AirPods Max, a little Apple Watch. It is the cutting edge of technology in a package that seems instantly familiar. Almost everyone I've shown it to thinks it looks smaller in person than I expected, especially compared to some
Let's support? Oh my god, lesbian vampire furry.
The front display on the Vision
That
Pro
sucks.
is a little
I
bit
believe
of
that's
marketing genius. In photo.
just kind of a serious talk. I believe that is an antidepressant. Antidepressants, or they have a global name to anything that acts like an antidepressant, will actually very much kill your libido. And I'm sorry, but that's basically the trade-offs between being sane and being a functional individual. It's just kind of the way it goes. Sorry to hear about that, though.
It looks like a big, bright screen that shows your eyes to people around you.
I don't even think you can't even take supplements to fix that. Like, you're just kind of fucked.
In reality,
like,
it's
I think your best bet is like supplements, and then maybe
covered in glass so reflective, it's actually hard to see in most normal to bright lighting. And from the inside, there's no indicator of what other people outside are seeing. So no matter what's on the front of the headset, everyone just perceives you as being in there. It's not like you're making real eye contact. On top of that, the eyes themselves
SSRI, there we go.
And kind of off-putting. I'm not sure any of this works like Apple
Add
wants
car
it to.
jumpers to your tits. I don't think that'll fix it. So, like, the weird thing is, your libido is very much interacts with your physical bits, right? And it's very much mental. And if the mental is not there, it doesn't matter what you do to your body. It's just not really going to do anything. So in the case of SSRIs, which will kind of level you out a bit more, like it just doesn't give you your libido. And it's not just, by the way, it's not just antidepressants. It also goes that way with like people that have bipolar, as I've had some friends with bipolar disorder. People that have bipolar, for instance, it'll level things off, so they don't have the extreme ends of bipolar disorder, but then they lose their libido, and it's just kind of the way it goes. I don't think there's really any way around that, though.
The other thing under the cover glass,
not going to happen, despite the fact that you know, tongue in cheek here, right? Not going to happen. But I've had friends with. I haven't had to go on antidepressants, by the way, thank God. But I've had friends that have used them, and you're just kind of shit out of luck. I don't think there's really anything you can do, because it's like a detach between your libido, which is very much intertwined with your physical body, and your mind and the mindset that you're in. And if you're not in the mindset because a drug is keeping you out of it, then you really can't do much about it. It just doesn't work that way. Although if you're depressed, you probably don't have a libido in the first place, so I don't really know where that's coming from. That seems like it's kind of on opposite ends of the spectrum. If you're bipolar, that's completely different. But if you are taking Lexapro once again for depression, you probably didn't have a libido to begin with, so you aren't really losing much. But I've heard about that before, and you're just kind of crapped out. I think different SSRIs function differently, though, and some people switch off to different depressants or antidepressants, if I remember right. Depends on what you're trying to do, as you actually haven't said whether or not you're suffering from depression or not. There could be different reasons to take Lexapro. So
a lot of cameras and sensors, and underneath those,
it's not going to do it. Although I do sense as though this might be a completely fictitious scenario you're just going for a reaction out of me from, but it just happens to be that I also actually know what you're talking about. So now we're in this weird scenario here where you're trying to wow me with something that's not going to wow me, because I've already learned about this before, heard about this, and have had experiences with friends or partners with this before, so this isn't really going to change anything. A witch doctor. That's where he comes with the herbal remedies and supplements, and like I said, that's just not going to do anything. So, I mean, you can try. You can try. Good luck. I think electrical stimulation, what is it called? Not E-stim. E-stim is one of them. It only goes so far. Obviously, you can do that without jumper cables. Putting that aside, you can do that without jumper cables, but yeah, I don't think that's going to fix things for you. You can do everything you want to your body, but that doesn't mean your mind's going to be in the right place for it. By the way, we're watching a review in augmented reality.
A pair of fans to move the heat from all those cameras, processors, and displays out the top. You never really hear or feel the fans as far as I've seen, but this thing definitely gets warm, and you can feel that warmth after long sessions wearing it. On the top edge, you'll find a large version of familiar Apple Watch controls. A digital crown that adjusts both the volume and the level of virtual reality immersion on the right, and a camera shutter button on the left that lets you take 3D photos and videos. You get 2 headbands in the box, the solo knit band and the dual loop band. They both attach and detach easily, you just pull the little orange tab to disconnect them. The solo band is unquestionably cooler and messes up your hair less, but they both mess up your hair, so if the dual loop fits you better, just go with it. The other 2 pieces are the light seal, which comes in various sizes, and the headband, which comes in 2 thicknesses. Both attach magnetically, which means they also detach magnetically. You want to pick this thing up by the frame, because grabbing it by the light seal can lead to disaster. If you have glasses, you can click in custom Zeiss lens insert. Apple sent us these reader lenses to see what it all looks like, but I just used the Vision Pro while wearing my soft contacts, and it was fine. The speakers are housed in the little arms on the side, and they are good and loud and do a convincing job of rendering spatial audio. Things really sound like they're happening where they appear to be happening.
Use crack, which might contribute to your low sex drive. You're just adding all the things on here now. Probably, but it's more than likely the SSRI.
You can use any Bluetooth headphones you want.
However, you probably shouldn't do crack anyways.
If you use the latest AirPods Pro, like lower
You're just trying to hit all the checkboxes, aren't you?
The main thing about the Vision Pro is that it's just heavy. You're supposed to wear this thing on your face for long stretches of computer time. Depending on what band light seal you use, the headset.
They tried to cram too much shit into this thing when there's a couple different augmented reality devices, like basically screens, what you can mount this to an interface that were at CES, which are actually the coolest parts of CES, and almost basically everyone talked about the transparent OLED TV and OLED TVs, and then also the ice cream machine, the K-Cup ice cream machine. Coolest things out of CES were the augmented reality, because this actually has this is going to have meaningful impact on your day-to-day life. Assuming if the concept gets off the ground, it's going to have a meaningful impact on your day-to-day life. You'll just see people basically Google Glass, only a much better version of it, because Google Glass had no sort of interactive element to it, right? It was just like your cell phone screen on your face, and that's not really all that useful. But yeah, like in augmented reality, for instance, the best case scenario, like best app would be like, let's say you're driving around and you can literally see Google Maps on the streets you're driving through, right? That's actually really fucking cool. That's an example of augmented reality. There's a lot of really, really interesting stuff you could do here, such as in commercial or industrial setting where like you have someone that's doing some delicate work, a surgeon, for instance, in the medical area. This could actually be very, very useful, not just like, hey, let's open up a Zoom session between this other doctor while he looks. One of these things where you could actually draw spatial elements and have them in real time, or could actually interface with an AI that would also give you the same information. Very cool stuff. Very, very cool stuff. Surgery is just another one that you could easily just pop into your head. An AI could also give you helpful Clippy the surgeon could come in and give you helpful information on where you're supposed to, like where arteries are, where stuff's going on. Really cool stuff, especially when you interface this with AI. And obviously in the adult industry, if we're talking about our friend here who apparently has problems with SSRIs, in the adult industry, having this would allow you to basically simulate any sort of thing in real life. So you could have an AI girlfriend or boyfriend in real life, right? This is where it starts getting weird. And in the future, you're definitely going to have this, considering how people are very reclusive nowadays, especially younger people are very reclusive. You're going to have a lot of interesting scenarios here where people are probably going to start preferring artificial partners, as it turns out. Artificial partners are real life ones because they don't want to actually deal with another human. So this actually allows you to see it where, what was Krieger-san's girlfriend's name? Komiko? Let's see. Possible father Adolf Hitler. What? Tomiko, Kiriko. There's an entire article on his sexuality. What the fuck is his girlfriend? I don't know. Anyways, his Japanese girlfriend.
Alone weighs substantially more than an 11-inch iPad Pro and gets close to a 12.9-inch iPad Pro. In a very real way, this is an iPad on your face. It's also substantially heavier than the familiar Quest 2 or even the heavier Quest 3. And those headsets include built-in batteries. Apple specifically chose to go with an external battery to reduce weight. The battery itself is barely worth talking about. It's a silver brick with a USB-C port and an LED that's green when it's charged and orange when it's not. The cable is permanently attached, so don't break it. I don't really have strong opinions on this battery, which feels like a particular kind of win. It's funny that Apple of all companies shipped this compromise, but it's also very Apple that the battery isn't actually bigger, so it can provide more than 2.5 hours of battery life. The battery being external means that all of the Vision Pro's heft is totally front-loaded. Other big headsets like the Quest Pro have elaborate headbands to balance out their weight, but no matter which of Apple's bands you're using, the Vision Pro just rests it all on your face, and after a long session in there, you definitely feel it.
Needs a counterweight, which is usually a battery pack.
Apple is very proud of the displays inside the
You seem
Vision Pro,
very
which are
knowledgeable
tiny
of modern
micro-OLEDs
technology for an
with
Amish
incredible
individual.
pixel density.
I've heard that one before. I look Amish.
These displays are the
That's
main
the
reason
downside of the
this
chin
thing is so
strap beard.
expensive.
There are certain beards, by the way, that aren't really. They come with stereotypes. The chin strap is probably one of the least offensive stereotypes, which is you look Amish, right? Yeah, but I also have a soul patch and definitely not Amish. But then you also have the toothbrush mustache, which is the Hitler thing, which no one can ever use ever again. And then you got the mustache without anything else, and it just makes you look like a pedophile, right? You can't just rock the soul mustache anymore. That's gone with like the 90s. It's just over. There's nothing you can do about that. But chin strap beard is actually, a lot of people will say, hey, you got a neck beard. Neck beard is below, right? I don't actually have a neck beard. Like, they'll look at it and not actually recognize that it's actually a chin strap beard because they just assume that if it's there, it goes down further when it doesn't.
Part of the Vision Pro experience. You're always looking.
Thank you.
After all.
I appreciate talking
And
about
that's the thing that
technology.
makes a video review like this the hardest. I can't actually show you what it's like to look through these lenses at these displays. They don't light up unless you're wearing it, and even if we could trick the Vision Pro into turning on without a head inside, there's no camera that really acts like your eyes. So I'm just going to describe it to you, and our art director Alex Parkin is going to layer effects over a screen capture to simulate it. The first thing about the displays is that the field of view isn't huge, and the essential nature of VR displays makes that field of view feel even smaller. Apple won't tell me the exact number, but it's certainly smaller than the Quest 3's 110 degrees. So you have fairly large black borders around what you're seeing, a bit like you're looking through binoculars. And then there's a little bit of color fringing, distortion, and vignetting around the edges of the lenses, which shrinks the usable field of view even more. You can't just glance to
Simulated
the side of the
experience.
displays because they're not sharp edge to edge. You have to turn your head a little. And whenever I looked at something particularly high contrast, like a white window of text floating above a dark desert landscape, I could see highlights reflecting in the lenses. If you've been paying attention to VR for the past decade, you know these are very familiar VR headset display issues.
Yep.
But Apple is charging $34.99 for the Vision Pro.
Which is insane, by the way, and they're trying to do a Betamax here. It's kind of weird. I will say it is kind of weird that, unfortunately, Oculus decided that they weren't going to do augmented reality. They were just done with it. Same thing like, was it the Meta headset? You know, Facebook made one, right? There's a couple different VR headsets, and none of them were like, hey, let's make augmented reality with this thing. They just kind of stopped. Like, hey, you can play a video game, you can do this gimmick with it, and, you know, sit in VR chat and be immersed in this giant, like, seizure-inducing slideshow or performance, I guess.
Pro, and making it sound like these displays are perfect representations of reality, which is where you can really feel the company's ambitions getting ahead of the product itself. See, this thing, a VR headset with a silly external battery pack, isn't the goal. Apple's been talking about AR forever, and the true goal of AR is optical AR, where light passes directly through a lens to your eyes and digital information gets layered on top of it.
Google Glass.
The tech for that dream just isn't there yet.
Google Glass.
Optical AR headsets like the Magic Leap 2 have huge compromises in them that simply can't deliver everything Apple wants to do. So Apple settled for video pass-through. It is the defining trade-off of the Vision Pro.
Yep.
And let me
I
tell
talked
you,
about this
video
over a
pass-through on
decade
the Vision
ago.
Pro is great.
Not
It
over a
works.
decade
It's
ago
convincing.
when the
You put
Oculus
the
first
headset
came
on,
out.
the display lights up, and you're right back where you were, only with a bunch of Vision OS windows floating around you.
Yep.
It sounds simple, but it is an astonishing engineering achievement to do
I
all
mentioned
this
this
in real time and high
until they
resolution.
can figure out how to
on a
do a
computer that
transparent
fits over your eyes.
overlay really well.
Apple claims there's only 12 milliseconds of latency between what the cameras see and what's on the display.
It's actually
And
very
that
important
latency
for
includes
immersion,
the
as they figured out
exposure
with
time
VR.
of the cameras themselves. The actual data processing is faster. Do the math, and Apple says there's not even a frame's worth of latency.
Well,
The next
depends on
frame
how
of
fast your
video is ready
frame
before
is,
you're done
right?
looking at the last one. And
Your
you can
FPS.
see Apple's incredible skill at processing video right in front of your eyes. I just sat around scrolling on my phone while wearing the Vision Pro with no blown
This is the dumb shit. This is where when I was learning about the Apple Pro guys, learning about this headset, Vision Pro, this is the stupid shit where like, hey, I'm just doing what I'm already doing, only it's on my face. That's not really something I really think is the end all. Like, they need to have the application that will fuse the layers between reality and virtual reality. Fuse the layers between the two, where it goes back and forth, data sharing between the two in a meaningful way, not just consuming content. Consuming content is almost no interaction to it.
out screens or weird frame rate issues. I did some work in my Mac in front of a window, which is a torture test for dynamic range. And yeah, there were some weird exposure issues, but it was usable in a way that basically nothing else would be. The problem is that cameras are still cameras, and displays are still displays. Cameras have motion blur, for example. In low light, cameras have to either increase exposure time at the cost of sharpness or increase ISO at the cost of noise, which then requires noise reduction, which makes things blurry and dull. And cameras and displays both have real limits in terms of color reproduction. So yes, you can easily see motion blur when you move your head in the Vision Pro. Motion blur that increases in low light and leads to some weird warping of straight lines. Low light also causes the overall sharpness of the video pass-through to drop as noise reduction kicks in. My iPhone screen got noticeably blurrier when the sun set. And Apple specs say the display supports 92% of the DCI P3 color space, which represents about 54% of all the colors people can see, which, carry the one, that means the Vision Pro can only show you 49% of the colors your eyes can actually see. Look, here's something really silly. This is what it looked like when I glanced at the clock on my microwave last night. That's just some weird camera stuff, and stuff like that happens all the time. I'm a huge display nerd.
Frustrated with
love
display.
This stuff. I would never tell you about the color gamut of a phone or a laptop, but if you're asking me to put this thing over my eyes and perceive reality through it, I kind of want it to look like
Oh, you want your
reality.
virtual girlfriend?
I want all the colors of the rainbow.
What?
I'm serious when I say this is the best video pass-through I've ever seen on the sharpest VR displays any
By the
regular
way,
person will ever come
consuming
across.
once again.
But reality is really hard to reproduce. And the Vision Pro constantly reminds you that you are looking at video on screens. I think reality is just more interesting than that. This is the best anyone has ever made in there look, and it's still not as good as out here. One of the headline features of the Apple Vision Pro and Vision OS is something called personas, where Apple has the Vision Pro scan your face, scan your head, and make a 3D model of you that you can then use to video conference with. I'm gonna go through the process of making that model, and I'm gonna call some friends and see what they look like. It's in beta. Apple says this isn't final. They're still tuning it. They wanna see how regular people react to it. I'm just gonna hit get started, and it's gonna actually prompt me to take the headset off.
Slowly turn your head to the right. Now slowly turn your head to the left. Now tilt your head up.
Ba-da-boo-da-boo.
Then tilt your head down.
Better tilt her head down.
Next,
Bitch.
let's capture your facial expressions. Smile with your mouth closed. Then make a big smile with your teeth showing. Now raise your eyebrows. Close your eyes for a moment.
Ah.
Capture complete. Put Vision Pro back on to continue.
Oh boy, let's see how this looks. I would say I look like I'm wearing a beret. Let's be honest. I feel like I'm wearing a beret in this capture. Let's call some people and see what they think. Marquez, you look the most like you of anyone I've seen in this, I would say.
You guys, you'll both look not like a photo of you, but like someone drew you from a memory.
From a nightmare they had of me. I can't move my hair, so it's just all like on my chest, kind of.
Yeah.
It's like connected to your collar, yeah.
Can you do a big hair swish in real life? What happens?
We're trapped. Help us. We're trapped.
I just did not move it.
Not even a little bit.
I will say the spatial audio helps a little bit. It's actually coming from the side that the person is on. Also, do you see my hand? I've seen people.
Oh yeah,
your hand shows up.
You're like this emoji, right? You're like doing this thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, how am I?
Yeah, yours are good. I'll fade it out.
It's a little cartoon hand.
Yeah.
Oh, so when you're close to the face, it does the blur, but if you've got like a little bit of space.
Yeah.
It's both really impressive and really bad at the same time. Because I'm thinking about all the things that it's figuring out with what our faces are doing. Like, it is getting us blinking and our, like, eyebrows moving up and down. And even the mouth, I don't know how it sees my mouth. But then I blink and I look at it again and it looks absurd.
Yeah.
So
literally while Marquez was saying it was getting little movements, his face froze on me. It's, like, hard to have this conversation right now. That's what I will say about this. I understand why it's in beta. I think if they were like, this is done, people would be like, is it?
yeah.
The other thing Apple is very proud of is the hand and eye tracking control system, which again is light years beyond any other mass market hand or eye tracking systems. The Vision Pro unlocks with what Apple calls optic ID, so it just sees your eyes and it's ready to go. And then you just look at things you want to control and you tap your fingers to control them. And that's how you get around the entire interface. The first few times you use hand and eye tracking.
But you still should be able to integrate that with your cell phone, by the way, because the touchscreen is actually incredibly useful.
The Vision Pro's external cameras can see your hands in a pretty large zone around your body. You can have them slung across the back of the couch, resting on your lap, up in the air with your elbows on a table, whatever you want. It actually takes a minute to realize you don't have to gesture out in front of you with your hands in the air, which it's pretty fun to watch other people instinctively do that the first time they try the Vision Pro on. The next few times you use hand and eye tracking, it stops feeling like a superpower. And in some cases, it actively makes using the Vision Pro harder, because forcing you to look at what you want to control is actually really distracting. Just think about every other computer in your life. The input mechanism is independent of whatever you're looking at. Like, I don't think I've looked at my mouse while I'm using it in years. Then there's the fact that Vision OS feels designed for eye tracking that's just slightly more precise than it actually is. All the controls are a little too small and a little too close together to let you bop seamlessly around the system. You have to look, make sure you're looking, and then tap, or you might end up clicking on the wrong thing. I was talking to Addie about this, and she described it as, it works until it doesn't. It's magic until it's not. Think about it like this. The touchscreen on an iPhone directly controls the phone. The keyboard on a Mac.
That's why I mentioned before. It's nice to have like basic gestures to move stuff around, like grab a window and like throw it at someone to move data once again between devices. But when it comes down to actually interfacing, touchscreens are very well done so far.
But it's not perfect.
It's it's not as good as like a keyboard and mouse, right? But for a mobile item, it's actually really good.
Your hands aren't actually controlling the Vision Pro. Cameras are watching your hands and turning that into input, which means 1, the cameras have to always see your hands, and 2, the cameras are always turning your hands into input. What do I mean by this? Well, first, even if the cameras cover a large bubble of space, they don't reach everywhere. If you're like me and you drop your hands to your sides in a chair, you can't see your hands. If you're lying down in a dark room and those IR illuminators can't reach far enough, you can't see your hands. If you're sitting in a counter and your hands are on your legs under the counter, it can't see your hands. Look, I know, you're already headed to the comments to say I'm complaining about the hand tracking system needing to see your hands. I get it. But what I'm saying is, it's magic until it's not. Using the Vision Pro makes you constantly aware of what you're looking at and where your hands are in a way that's unlike any other computer I've ever used. It's a trade-off that you are constantly being made aware of. The best example of this is the hilarious on-screen keyboard, which is not worth using for anything beyond entering a Wi-Fi password. For any longer than that, you'll want to use dictation or connect a Bluetooth keyboard so you can directly control the input. If you're like me, you talk with your hands, you will find things scrolling and clicking all over the place. Be warned. The Vision Pro runs Vision OS, which Apple told me is based on iPadOS, with a lot of customization around latency and vision to make it work for spatial computing. Starting with the iPad as a foundation is an incredible head start for Apple. It's taken years for Meta to build out all the features of the Quest OS and populate its App Store, and it's still mostly just games. Apple gets to start with a full set of iPad OS features and most of the huge iPad.
The thing here is, it seems to be that they differentiate between an actual computer and the headset, and as such, it seems there's going to be a premium attached to anything to do with the headset.
By the way,
it is not something
videos
consumers
on
want.
YouTube.com don't seem to work either. The really big difference between Vision OS and iPad OS is that iPad OS has a lot of opinions about how you can arrange apps and how many apps you can run at a time, and Vision OS is full-on, free-floating window chaos. You can have apps from 3 different operating systems going on at once: native Vision OS apps, iPad apps, and then you can also connect your Mac and have a whole 4K Mac display with the chaotic glory of Mac OS floating around in space as well. I love it. It is bananas, but it can also be a little overwhelming, to be honest, and there's just not a lot of window management tools to help you out. The ones that exist are basically hidden UI that no one would ever discover on their own. For example, there's no expose or stage manager. You can't collect all your open windows and put them into preset arrangements, but you can tap and hold on the X button in an app to hide all your other apps, and you can ask Siri to close all your apps. If you need to just take a break, you can double tap on the digital crown and it'll hide everything. It's not nothing, but it means you'll be thinking about literal window management in space more than any other iOS device I can think of. And maybe even more than a Mac, which has vastly more window management tools built into the OS. Speaking of the Mac, I know a lot of you are excited about the idea of buying a Vision Pro just to use it as a giant Mac display. I've got good news, I've got bad news. The good news is that the Mac display
I'm not interested in an augmented reality device.
And the little Apple ecosystem tricks like handoff and continuity are pure joy. You can copy on your Mac and paste in Vision OS, just works. You can open your Mac display in Vision OS, drag the mouse off the screen, and suddenly your Mac's trackpad is controlling the Vision Pro and the keyboard is entering text. I love it. It was amazing to just put a huge virtual display over my MacBook Pro display.
Halfway to the Matrix, guys. You just start foaming at the mouth.
Although I will say no one else could see what I was doing or look at the photos on my screen, which is a little sad. The bad news is that you only get one single 2560 by 1440 Mac display in Vision OS.
Easy. Stuff like this should make sharing data very easy, where you have something like NFT, right? Not NFTs, but the protocol where you can share stuff between phones that are in close proximity with each other. If someone else has a headset, you should be able to take a window and throw it at them, and then it'll basically just transfer everything that's in that window to them, which would actually be like sci-fi stuff, right? Yeah, which easily allows you to share data with other people that might be in the vicinity of you. Or other people can see the windows that are actually in a public screen area, a public screen space, so people can just look around and see stuff basically people are sharing between each other, right?
Multiple Mac monitors floating in space. I know, that's going to break a lot of hearts out there. Let's stay strong. One of the weirder things about Vision OS, the Vision Pro itself really, is that there's not a lot of AR in there, as in actual interaction between physical objects in space and digital.
Most basic level, there should have been a map tool.
3 true AR things in my entire time with the Vision Pro.
Yep, it's all just consuming shit right now.
The Vision Pro sometimes puts up a Connect display button above it that starts screen sharing. And when you're typing on a Bluetooth keyboard and look down at your hands, it pops up a little text preview window so you can see what you're typing. These are little features, yes, but they are some of the first true AR computing features that have ever shipped on a mainstream device. And they also happen to be incredibly useful. The third AR thing I saw was the loading screen of Super Fruit Ninja, which allows you to throw a strawberry at a pig that's running around on the floor. It seems slightly less historic. But that's it. There's not a lot of AR in Vision OS in the sense of reality being augmented. There's a lot of MR, or mixed reality, where virtual objects float around in real space. And there are a lot of really great VR features because the Vision Pro is so fundamentally a VR headset. Watching movies on this thing is so much fun, especially in the immersive theater mode that lets you pick what seat you want to sit in. It's also very cool to watch a movie in one of Apple's virtual environments like Mount Hood.
Sure, I'd be into that.
On the screen reflect onto the landscape. You can get pretty far making the argument that the Vision Pro is worth it simply
they tried
as
to make a hue?
expensive TV. For many people, it will be the biggest and best TV they own, with capabilities no other TV can match.
I mean, if you want the screen, you can make any TV the biggest you own if you put it close enough to your face, right?
And Apple and its partners like Disney have already released quite a few. But you know what I'm going to say. There are trade-offs. After a while, the weight of the Vision Pro reminds you that it's on your face. And it's a very expensive TV that doesn't have an HDMI input, so you're limited to Apple's game situation, which, you know. And unlike any other TV in your life, the Vision Pro can DRM your eyes. If you're watching
Nice.
a movie in Disney Plus and go to take a screen capture,
This is why I mentioned that the display should just be a display, and there should be a link between the two, but it should not be smart enough where it can do shit like this, because this is... Apple wants to Betamax the fuck out of this.
the content blacks out. It is strange to think of living in a reality where big companies can block you from capturing what you see. Plus, it goes without saying, you'll be watching TV alone.
Oh,
By the
no.
way, it's notable
Well,
that there aren't any
if your loved one also has a
games with
$3,500
fitness
device,
apps
you can
so
push
far.
play at the same
There's
time.
nothing like Supernatural or Red Matter or Population 1. All
Which
quick
honestly should
games
have
that-
one screen that's synchronized between both devices, and where you're actually sitting changes your view of the movie itself, which would actually be pretty cool. So you can actually move around. The screen is stuck in reality depending on where you actually move, which would be the augmented reality aspect, right?
Quest. The Vision Pro just doesn't seem suited to those kinds of physical experiences. You don't really want to move around while wearing it. And that might be a good thing, because there are no guardrails against VR motion sickness anywhere in Vision OS. I watched a handful of 3D movies and immersive shows and sort of immediately realized I'd gone too far too fast. What's weird is that I know I have issues with certain kind of VR motion from my time in other headsets, but the Vision Pro is so convincing and so unconcerned with whether you might have limits that it's easy to just get yourself a little queasy. I recommend early adopters go slowly and make sure you find your limits gently. That first bout of VR motion sickness is no joke. It's possible that the best feature of the Vision Pro is actually taking spatial videos on the iPhone 15 Pro Max and then watching them back on the Vision Pro. They play back in a sort of ghostly white haze, and the overall effect is incredibly bittersweet. You can relive a brief memory, but
1.1 million views in 24 hours.
Anyone else.
It's pretty good for a tech
The other
review.
problem is that you can currently choose to shoot iPhone video in spatial at 1080p 30 frames per second, or at the full 4K resolution the phone supports, but not both. For now, I'm gonna pick the higher res video, but there's gonna come a moment where shooting in spatial by default will be the smart move, and that will be a real turning point. I would not recommend shooting photos with the Vision Pro cameras unless you really need to. Pressing the shutter button a single time delivers a 2560 by 2560 still, which works out to about 6.5 megapixels. As far as I can tell, the photos are always from the left main camera, which the EXIF says has an 18mm f2.0 lens. The photos look like 6.5 megapixel photos from a tiny camera sensor optimized for video, which means they look bad. Video is slightly better. The Vision Pro shoots 2200 by 2200 square videos at 30 frames per second. They look a little better than the photos, but there's still an awful lot of compression going on. And if you happen to watch them on anything but a Vision Pro, you'll notice some barrel distortion as the camera moves around. All of
Oh,
these videos
that's just
and
waiting
screen
to get it
captures
fucking
come with
ripped
a
open.
ton of excess motion from your head moving around. And I will just note, you will look fundamentally ridiculous trying to take photos of your family with ski goggles on your face. I think it's
For
fair
now,
to
until
assume
everyone
most
wears
Vision
ski
Pro
goggles.
buyers also own iPhones, which take great videos. Just use your phone. You'll be fine. So that's the Vision Pro. It is an astounding product. It's the sort of thing only Apple can really do. From the incredible display and pass-through engineering, to the use of the whole ecosystem to make it seamlessly useful, to even getting everyone to ignore the whole battery.
That's like
situation.
saying Apple's
There's
the
a
only
part
one
of
that
me
can
that
make a good
says the
cell
Vision
phone,
Pro
right?
only exists because Apple is so incredibly capable, stocked with talent, and loaded with resources that the company simply went
They are
out
sitting
and
on a
engineered
friggin'
the
hoard of
hell
money.
out of the hardest problems it could think of in order to find a challenge. That's good, I think. There are a lot of ideas in this thing, and they're all executed with a kind of thoughtful intention that few other companies can ever deliver at all. But I think the shocking thing is that Apple may have inadvertently revealed that some of these ideas are bad, that they can never be executed well enough to become mainstream. VR headsets with camera mixed reality pass-through might just be a dead end. Replacing input devices with hand and eye tracking may never be good enough. There is so much technology in this thing that makes it work like magic until it doesn't.
Joanna looks like the worst PS3 version of herself. I just want to be honest here.
The other way to look at the Vision Pro is that Apple knows all this, and the technology to build the true AR glasses it has long hinted at is simply not there. So the Vision Pro represents something like a simulator, a dream factory for hardware yet to come. You can look at this whole thing as a trade-off. The hardware it can ship right now to get everyone thinking about these ideas, while it pours all those resources into the hardware it wants to build.
Pretty much.
Maybe. It's fun
You mean
to
the
think
R&D
about,
cycle?
But I
No
want to
way.
come back to the idea of trade-offs in this device, the one you can go out and buy right now. One of
There's
the
multiple
oldest
different
rules of the
versions of
Verge is that
Oculus,
you
right?
review what's in the box,
Before they
not
got
the
to the current
promise
version
of
that's
what's
around.
to come. And so I want to come back to all those questions I've been asking myself ever since I first strapped the Vision Pro onto my head, starting with the most important one. Do you want a computer that messes up your hair every time you use it?
Well, if I'm wearing it all the time, no one knows the hair's messed up.
Disney company to prevent you from taking pictures of what you see. Do you want to use a computer where you can't easily show anyone else what you're looking at?
Well, that's part of augmented reality,
that has 2.5
which it honestly should have solved in the first place.
Do you think the fanciest TV you own should have HDMI inputs? Do you want to use a computer that doesn't work as well in a dark room? Listen to me. Do you want to use a computer that is always looking at your hands?
Yes. No.
That's just a lot of trade-offs.
It depends on what I'm doing with my hands.
Not little ones. And the biggest trade-off of all is that using the Vision Pro is such a lonely experience. Regardless of the
I'll tell more people can do it and they can interact with what they're doing with each other. Once the biggest thing, like I said, just we talked about this before, guys, but like the biggest apps like they can just do that actually makes this useful, where he's talking about being lonely, is being able to share information with other owners that are also doing the same thing to make you feel special, right? Google Maps. And you can just like literally just look at the Google Maps in front of you too, and then someone else is wearing the goggles can also look at the Google Maps in front of you and see where the destination is, where you're sharing with people, right? There's all different sorts of cool things you could actually do here, and they just haven't. We've mentioned this before, where you have Oculus Rift and AR goggles that have existed for a really long time, and they just haven't oftentimes done stuff with them. They just exist.
And take part in. I think that's fine for traditional VR headsets, which have basically turned into single-use game consoles over the past decade. But it's a lot weirder for a primary computing device. It's fun to look at this Vision Pro as a glimpse of the kinds of experiences spatial computing might one day provide. There's a wild new kind of future coming if some of these huge trade-offs get resolved.
This was supposed to be the evolution of VR, and
this Vision Pro, the one you can actually buy, the
Oculus for some reason
there just aren't working.
Carmack just decided he wasn't going to do that.
People, and I'd rather be out here with them.
Oh.
Almost 5.
5 hours. I haven't taken it off in 5 hours.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Are you ever coming out?
Not coming out.
You've been wearing that thing for 5 hours straight?
5 hours straight.
So you're just plugged into the wall. You haven't moved from your chair.
I've been in 2 chairs today.
Has someone?
And by the way, this is why it's really important to have battery packs, and the fact that they probably lock you into a proprietary battery pack, fucking Betamax. Like, even though Apple is kind of leading the way here because they have some things down right, they're clearly who consumers do not want to basically be the go-to solution, because it is, yeah, you think you're nickel and dime, just wait.
I ate a sandwich with this headset on.
Good.
I love you, but I worry about you. Wow.
You know.
If you hear about some of the stuff where, like, VR chat, where people literally just live with their VR headsets on all the time, makes you wonder why they just don't have a augmented reality, component to that, where they can literally look at real life and VR at the same time, right? It's just a little shutter button that you can go back and forth between reality and real life. There's some people that like literally sleep with their VR headsets on, which is crazy. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Free review for anyone doing a benchmark that wants to do a tech product review of 30 minutes that couldn't forgot what I was watching the video. Well, that's because it's a new technology and it's basically bleeding edge, and there's nothing else that basically everything is new. That's not something they can just do. 1.2K upvotes? Yeah, that is because all of this is fucking new. Everything he's describing is basically new. Other reviews of the AVP feel like they're afraid to piss off Apple. Yep. Probably because they got their headset for free. One of the best product reviews I've ever seen. I went to the comments and realized I didn't feel alone. No, it's just new. It's just new. No, and they probably could even integrate They probably could even integrate augmented reality into current VR headsets if they wanted to, by strapping cameras to them. Maybe not as well, but definitely could do it. Okay. Alrighty, guys. Time to move on. We are going to do some OW2s here, guys. Good. I didn't expect to see that review, but it just popped, so we had to take a peek at it. Righty. Okay. I am going to grab a water, grab a soda, use the bathroom, and then we're going to play some OW2s. Not going to buy a Vision Pro? No. This is like early adopter stuff. This is where everything begins, right? And it's really cool, and I hope they do well. And $3,500, someone's going to pay money for it and try to show it off to their friends. Sure, I'm not going to be on that train, though. There's literally nothing there that interests me. What's really, really cool about augmented reality is stuff they haven't done yet, which is the sharing of a virtual environment with other people, and at the same time being able to interact with VR elements in reality, right? And you can't do that. You know, Pokemon Go, right? That's kind of an early example of augmented reality where you move your cell phone around, like you moved your cell phone around, right? And then you look there and there's a Pokemon there sitting somewhere, right? That's an early example of augmented reality on your phone, in which you could throw a Pokeball at someone that exists in real life. That's an easy example of it. And they haven't done any of that shit yet. And probably, like, there's some really killer stuff that they haven't done, one of which is Google Maps, just straight out the gates. Google Maps, right? Being able to share any sort of information that's on your screen or you're looking at with other people that also have goggles in your vicinity. Also something that hasn't been done. The other one being GoTo, which Pornhub should work on, is obviously your virtual girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever gender you pick, right? Which will infused with ChatGPT. And regardless of what you think of ChatGPT conversations, for most people, they actually seem to be enough. Like, engagement-wise, a lot of people don't require a significant amount of engagement, and if they're missing a little bit there, it doesn't really matter to them for the most part. They're just trying to interact with something, you know, that interacts back. And kind of sad state of things, but I think most people don't even require a fully functional person to be there to get, like, all the affection they need out of something, which is fucking weird, but that's human psychology at this point. Once again, I'm gonna go grab my soda water. Be right back, guys. Alrighty, guys. We shall engage in the OWs. I'm sure we'll get a lot of cheaters tonight, too. Good. Alrighty. Very cool. I can totally imagine ski goggles may seem like a fucking dumb thing, but once you see people wearing them around, it's not really going to change much. You might think it's dumb all you want, but it doesn't change where things are going to go. People would probably think people staring at their screens is dumb, which is still a thing, right? But it still exists. Alright guys, we're going to transition over to Overwatch 2. Play the Gamazes. The cheators. Lots of cheators, as always. Nights ago was pretty bad. Was that Monday night? It's Monday night. Alrighty. Let's move along, guys. See how many tours we get. Good. Hopefully, I changed out my cable. Oh, I think I need to restart my computer, too. Changed out my cable again. I think I'm definitely sending the other one back. I don't think it's any better than the one I already had. Let's see if it makes a difference. Guys go. Oh, yeah. Lovely. The hand cam. Popped out my cable and then I never restarted. Things out here and get a clean slate. Burp, 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 burp. Let's see. All right. Off we go, guys. Eight-minute wait? Queues yesterday were insanely long for some reason. I don't know why. The MMR I'm at right now.
The gap. A clean kill. Taking off. Double. I don't think so. Forgot your parachute? Terminated. Blasted. Double kill. Up and away.
Bitch! You didn't. Oh my god.
Scatter. Splash.
Alrighty. First game of the night. Good. Uh-huh.
Great strike from above. Thanks for the assist.
We're flying, Mercy, we're flying! Tee. We're flying, Mercy, we're flying! Oh my god!
Boosting you, yes. Fariha. Up and away.
Tee.
Ooh, I live for this.
Gotta woo your Mercy, guys.
Hello. Flying the friendly skies.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Morning, Iha.
Commence.
Are we?
I'm checking in. Boosting your damage. I am empowered.
Ah, people have learned the Bensam tech of shooting under the sign after 4 years. Good.
Positioning. Enemy here.
God. And go close enough to the wall.
Okay, my head's in the game. Establishing aerial position. Enemy over here. There's much for you to do. I'm not done yet. I don't think so. Enemy here.
God, his shield just evaporated. Didn't have the right angle, and she wasn't on the. She was on the stairs, guys.
I don't want to talk.
Good.
Aerial positioning underway.
Oh, you had a healer too. Oh. Karen created the same. Oh. That's weird. So I just straight up, you can't actually hit shots? Huh. That's a byproduct of aimbots, by the way. You aren't the same. What?
Enemy over here. En route. I will not wait. Time for the reckoning. I see an enemy. Excellent justice.
Got the other guy. Good.
Not done yet. Enemy here. Aerial positioning underway.
Free tech? Free tech? Tree tech? Oh. Oh, I love tree tech. Tree tech fucks with aimbots, by the way. It looks fucking silly because it causes people to, like, fucking miss their shots because they can't fucking aim at you because it detaches every time you go in front of the tree. Yeah. Patent pending tree tech. Much more accurate now that I'm not behind a tree. It's fucking weird, considering the tree really didn't block them any shots. Very weird. I don't know where... Oh my god, I'm up too high. Alright, Mercy. You're up. Wait. A fuck Mercy? Oh, that wasn't Mercy. Uh-huh. There's no way we're getting healed. Ah, good. Tree tech's like palm tree tech. So you just have something small that'll actually act like a wall and disconnect people's aimbots. And such they shoot you less, weirdly enough, despite the fact it basically doesn't block anything. Uh-huh. Accuracy goes from 2-tapping and 3-tapping to they can't shoot you. Very weird. Yeah. Shall we try again? Uh-huh. Hey, buddy. There we go. Not bad. First game. We got some pretty good heals, though. Good. Free tech, guys? Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Huh. You've seen Mercy's cheat before, by the way, so. Weird. 2 tap, 3 taps, guys. Extremely accurate soldier. Just hide behind that tree. They just stopped shooting at me. They literally just stopped shooting at me. I'll thank your heal bot. They just stopped shooting. Yeah, it's not like the tree has a ginormously huge hitbox or anything, because it doesn't. The whole reason you do that, the whole reason I started doing that, is because it seems to detach aimbots, and actually works effectively well. Huh.
Maximum impact.
Very weird.
Aerial position. Notched another. Blasted. Double kill. Increasing altitude. Move. Forgot your parachute?
What? You committed suicide.
Messy, but we got it done.
Rude.
I don't think so. Blasted. Splash.
Double. Triple.
Aerial positioning underway. Move. Picked off. Repulsion.
Nice. Off shot.
Swish. Taking off. I don't think so. Well deserved. Scatter. Touch the sky. Move. Going down.
Missed. Pretty good.
Got one.
You back to 5-minute queues today? Nope, only 3.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Good.
Strike from above.
I've done things I'm not proud of.
Hello.
Time to start making up.
The first time I flew this suit, I crashed. I don't crash anymore. Hello.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Yes.
1.
You have my
Round
thanks.
1.
Thanks for
Capture
capture.
objective.
What's up?
Sniper detected. Enemy here.
Where's Widow? Usual spot. Where's the Widow?
I see an enemy. Enemy here.
Ah, we got a very accurate McCree now. Did we unlock the origin story? Did we unlock the origin story, guys? Fair is fantastic at unlocking origin stories.
Enemy here. Heroes never die.
It's
And to tip. What the fuck was that? Ah. Did we unlock 2 origin stories? See where she is? Spam shouting now. Very accurate McCree now. Yeah, this is the same guy that was missing a shitload of shots at the beginning of the match, guys. I want that. I want this. Bap's keeping all the good shit to himself? Oh my god. You tap again? Dredge miss. Actual 2 misses in there. Again. Gonna push. Push. And push. So McCree had a hot spot in there, I guess? And then at the end of the match, he's missing shots again. He had like 2 to 3 taps in there on like everyone for a little bit. Good. I do like people that miss, as it turns out.
Is this one a scrap or a horse? I wasn't listening. Ooh, I live for this.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Tracer? That it is. I feel a 2-tap coming out from this McCree.
I see an enemy. Justice reigns from above.
They wanted that. That lured at him as like a fucking bug zapper. That fucking bat field, they wanted that so bad. And this all just ran into it. Couldn't get the missiles to line up. Possible bone mesh.
All systems nominal. Positioning underway.
Dangle tech? I love dangle tech. And 2-tap. He does something just now, and then 2-tap. Did something just now.
Ooh, I'm gonna shove them in a locker.
Oh, that's not who we wanted. I thought there's more people there. There was more people there, they just all spread out. Also, BAP is very accurate now.
Score 1-1.
We'll see. BAP was accurate throughout the entire match. Didn't really miss. We were just line of sighting him constantly. Trying to deal with the McCree.
Have I really got to eat vegetables? It's like crunch, crunch, crunch. How long have I got to chew these? Yes.
We're in for a smooth ride, right? Right?
Aloha. Thanks. Hola. You're welcome.
2-1.
Can't use your messages. The round just started. You gotta wait at least 20 seconds to use your messages now. Back to missing again.
Stay down. Enemy's not finished. I am empowered. Scatter.
There's one.
Bad delay on my shots right now. Got one.
To the mortal.
Over there. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Acknowledge.
Aerial positioning underway. Thanks for the assist. Over there.
Lots misses. Get him? Yeah, we did. Oh my god. I didn't even see the bat back there. Wait, he's still alive. Yeah, right there. Dude, the tank just ate the shot from me. Pretty sure the BAP's cheating. That's the McCree now? No, that's the Tracer. Very accurate. Very accurate McCree, or soldier right there. That was the Tracer that wasn't really doing much of anything into our match. Good heals. Jerk off the Mercy.
Time for the reckoning.
Mercy, not talking about how good she is. We're gonna take a look at BAP here, guys, as well as that soldier at the end. Unfortunately, didn't really do much. The Tracer might have a bone mesh earlier in the match. Well, let's take a peek here, guys. BAP was extremely accurate, which is this guy. Favorite character to cheat on is Baptiste. Both Anna's and Alari, although not Alari so much anymore. But I'll do a quick play? Yeah, because of the time of play I play it, I'm in NA. Time of play I play it, and it's really shit matches. You get basically the same people all over again, and of course cheating at the same time. This is our BAP. When did their BAP start bapping? Is this their BAP?
Another day, another battlefield.
Also, our BAP was extremely accurate, if you didn't see that. I usually don't look at my teammates, though, because we don't have any inferences to go off of during the middle of the match, so. Get to the wall. Nom 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 nom. Every once in a while you need to throw in a good yes, you know. Affirmation's what people like.
Apagando las luces. Helden sterben nicht.
We got him where we want him. Come on.
Apagando las luces. Heroes never die.
Not really seeing anything here though, guys. Our BAP actually looked a lot more accurate than this guy was. And it's not just based on accuracy, obviously, depending on what kind of nuances the aimbot's going to have. Like a set percent miss, for instance. Looks like he's looking at Mercy through the wall just now. People can toggle too, so they can toggle on and off throughout the match depending on what's going on. Free aim on the Sombra.
Don't hit a man for his success.
That was Bap to the wall. Sombra through the wall.
Nice to be the patient for a change. Get into the field.
Or if they have a min-lock distance and they can't get within sight of it, then at times they'll appear much more sticky or it'll snap on and off the target. Yeah. There's a couple spots there where he gets much more accurate. That doesn't look like anything else is under. Let's take a look at the McCree. And Soldier at the end of the match. Well, actually, maybe earlier than that. McCree had a couple really lucky spots, but that could just be normal aim, right? So, just start 2-3 tapping shit. Which obviously is what you're aiming for if you're cheating anyways. Just to make it look like it's normal.
Making yourself an easy target. Quit making yourself an easy target.
The Reg misses. It was like end of round 1. What we're seeing here right now. Bridge misses. And beginning of round 3. Flick away. Bridge misses again. Like he's looking at people through the wall just now. And we got him. Hit regiments again. Okay. Let's backtrack. Let's look at the Tracer. That looks normal too. Tracer actually didn't even do that good. She did worse than the McCree did. By a decent chunk. Looks like he's looking at the junk queen through the wall. Snap to me through the wall. Snap between targets. Mentioned on this is the guy that started playing Soldier, who's extraordinarily accurate. Mentioned on Tracer looked like he had a bone mesh. Him on BAP. Accidental target swap. Snap the mercy. This guy's cheating. Actually, let's, out of curiosity, let's go take a look at him, just out of pure curiosity. Let's take a look at him on Soldier. And I just would report him normally just now, but I want to see what he looked like on Soldier at the end here. Like a minute of Soldier gameplay.
Step Rider.
Line of sight detach. Tap between targets. Accidental target swap. Trying to shoot the bat to the wall. I would say it's a bone mesh. Beam on the McCree through the wall. Oh, what I'd expected. Once again, this guy didn't even do the best of the DPS. He actually did worse than the McCree did. Cheating. This guy does. And they're soldier, very sticky soldier, very, very sticky, but there's like 45 seconds of gameplay all the entire match. Oh, who played Widow at the beginning? Widowmaker 2. Widow wasn't even that egregious compared to the soldier at the end. Nice game, guys. I expected to see BAP cheating, he wasn't. But once again, that's why sometimes when you're unsure about the kill cams, you just have to look at the replay, and in the replay we didn't see anything outside of the ordinary. A couple times he's pretty spot on me, but then he missed a lot of shots too on top of it. Like, McCree was 2 and 3 tapping on occasion, but then missed a lot of shots too on top of it. But even if you miss shots, you can still have like a set % miss, which will just automatically miss shots for you. And usually they'll show very similar amounts of deviation when they're doing it. So like the shots, if you can imagine a box being around a person, it'll always hit and miss inside this like box that's outside the character model. Not always, depends on the model, depends on who's making it, but it'll almost always just hit within this certain amount of deviation outside the model. I don't know what toggling reduce buffering on and off even does. It's just snake oil that for some reason makes things feel better or work better. It must have something to do with like reinitializing like the input in the game or something. I'm not exactly sure. Off or on or off, depending on how you have it set up, depending on your preference, what you enjoy. Either way, it always seems to work the same in how it improves things when you do it, depending on what's going on. And still seems to do what it did back when I played Overwatch 1, which is turning on and off. And on again. On or off and on. Seems to make things feel better. Specifically, it's like alt-tabbing all the game and then like sometimes replacing to do it too. I just do it all the time now. Good. Damn.
Increasing altitude. Double kill. Triple kill. Everyone has a plan until a rocket hits them in the face. I don't think so. Splash. Double damage. Where's your jetpack? Maximum impact. Double kill. Triple kill. Multiple hits confirmed. Touch the sky.
That's a tough one to hit.
You weren't watching the skies. I don't think so.
Alrighty, 5-minute quick play queue, guys. Yep, this is quick play too. Yeah, it was pretty fucking terrible in my opinion. It's actually the opposite direction of the way things should go in my opinion, as well. I think casual gameplay in this game should not be anything like comp. It should be like Team Fortress 2, which is like 10v10, longer maps, like much longer maps, and then allowing people to pick dual characters if they want to, you know. Still need to have TDS because of the way the game's now, the state it's in. So it makes a much more grindy and much less stressful environment. Quicker play was dumb. It just felt like you got into a match and then you got out of the match and it's done. Like they're trying to limit the amount of toxicity in the game by not making you give a shit about it. The downside of that is you don't care about the games you play. It really felt like, and the queues were almost as long as some of the games I played too. Like they were actually longer than some of the games I played. I think there should be a longer play instead of a quicker play. There should be a longer play. And then I also think there should be like a skirmish mode in the game. Not skirmish as what it is in the game, which no one uses. Rather, there should be a comp game mode that plays for less points. So people can actually have a more chill experience. Call it skirmish or whatever you want to. You still play for points, and as such, you'd have like a little bit of meat in the game, so to speak. Which would be kind of what quick play is right now. They also make it feel like you're actually accomplishing something when you play the game. Quick play sucks though. It's like half of comp. Normally you swap sides. Well, depending on the map, you swap sides, and it takes longer. But as long as they're trying to make it better, that's always good. Yeah, that's up in the air. As far as what that's going to be, that is still up in the air. We still have this guy in my games. I put him on my block list, and he does not show up as blocked in the game. And I don't know why. One of the ways we keep track of people that are cheating. Yeah. So he's on my block list still. For some strange reason, when I'm in a game with him, he does not show up as blocked.
Strike from above.
Very weird. And I think I'm actually going to open a ticket on him, because this is the only person I've ever run into in which that behavior happens. Normally I don't open tickets for cheating. The bug, Blizzard, or way of exploiting the system so he can't get reported. Blizzard probably should know about it, so. But yeah, I don't doubt that they're probably, like at the very least, it's going to be an arcade game mode. Oh, I don't want to instantly die to you. And, oh, this is another cheater. It's a new one? No, it's a cheater. Oh, we'll get our one game in with them. They probably thought it was hot shit or something. I don't even know. I don't think anyone that like remotely is competent, like game development, would have thought that quick play was gonna be good though. Like the games in game are already fast to begin with. Making them even faster than they're already fast seems kind of insane. Not going into the point? Okay, what did they even accomplish? Alright, well.
Thank you.
That.
Eyes open.
Ah.
Never die.
And got headshot or body shot by the McCree instantly. Guy's also extremely accurate.
Repositioning.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. I mean, I can't even give really an opinion on it. I thought I told Chad that I wasn't going to make a video on it. Like, normally I cover the patch notes. I'm not even going to do that. Normally there's so much stuff you have to do. Or like you need context to actually kind of put things into perspective. You can't get context from text because it changes everything. But they said that they're going to change a bunch, and a bunch of the streamers that apparently know. Oh my god. The moment I looked away. What the fuck is going on with that guy's gun? Is that me? Hey buddy. Make it over. Headshot. It looked like a hit rage mess too. I don't know. Like, it's one of those things where basically it's almost a completely different game, so you'll just have to wait and see. It seems like they're trying to possibly take what would you call it? Make it more about projectiles rather than about hit scan. Oh, okay. Doesn't even matter if he has his shift or his Q on. Like, they're trying to de-emphasize hit scan and make it more about projectile, but there aren't that many projectile heroes in the game, so. And weirdly enough, majority of Overwatch players seem to hate projectile heroes. Everything has to be hit scan. You go to the objective.
Converge on the objective. Converge on the objective. Thanks. En route.
Stop there? No, you can. Extremely accurate soldier as well as McCree. Yeah, I don't know. It's like one of those things where you just have to wait and see what happens when they put it into the game to actually kind of figure out what's going on. And at that point, it's basically a different game. Far away to 2-tap. Well, I guess there's a tank right there. That wasn't low on HP. He does. I wasn't pinged either.
Area denied.
Up and away. Good kitty. Hey, justice
Yeah, fucking timing is that? He literally, I don't know if that's intentional or not. I'll tell you about the McCree.
I don't want to talk about it.
He just happened to roll away right when I queued. Fucking hilarious. I'm pretty sure both the DPS are cheating. One of them's the guy that I normally report. One of them's the guy I normally report. And another guy, I don't know who that is. Okay. Thanks, Anna. Apparently there's a med kit there.
Shake it off. On the move. Hello there.
Oh.
Establishing aerial position. Repositioning.
Only 2 HP. Fucking line is setting me through the wall? Okay.
Much better.
The fuck was that? She's like playing line of sight limbo with me on the other side of the pillar, I think. Oh. Hit him. Casually looking at people through walls, like usual. That looks like a hit edge miss. 2 hit edge misses there. Wait and see. I hope and cry. Yeah, I don't like. I play a lot of Pharah guys, and Pharah I don't think needs huge adjustments. I think maybe she needs like the ability to cancel her ult would be great. And I think they're like most people, especially at lower tiers, they can't shoot her, so they just think that she needs nerfs when she clearly doesn't need nerfs.
Thank you. Greetings.
Why I really just don't want anyone to touch her, because she'll just. Even though she probably maybe could use a buff at high MMR, like you guys just see me just instantly dying to these guys because they just are 100% accurate. That might have more to do with people cheating rather than the class. And instant head tap after you head tap the tank.
Always more to learn. En route.
Hello.
Tank's gonna run out too soon. But I think at this point they're kind of desperate because they fuckered the pooch. They had like fucking 4 years in here where they didn't really do anything the game needed. Even after they launched Overwatch 2, they didn't really, Hey, buddy. We're just gonna go in. I don't trust my tank.
Repositioning.
I'm on the objective. Thanks. Come in.
En route. Enemy here. Our futures are intertwined.
Which is the whole PvE phase this game had, even after they spent like a bunch of time on PvE and then didn't really accomplish anything.
Enemy over here. Enemy spotted. Blasted.
Their tank's dead. Did Yuriko teleport to me? She did. Well, she tried to save me. We'll give her an endorsement. So we're gonna report McCree right away. We're gonna take a look at the soldier and see what's going on there. Once again, like this fucking weird things. Weird fucking shit, guys. Like, I can't put this guy on ignore. We've talked about this before. Blocked on my BNet list, and like I can remove him. You know, it shows that he's blocked, even though it doesn't show up down here, and I unblock him. He does not show up down here. And he's no longer on my block list. Which, this is the only person in the game that I can't block properly. I don't know why. Have like weird characters or anything either. Like, I don't know if this is some way to stop people from reporting people or what. If this guy's showing up fine, right? Look at soldier. Yeah, like it seems like they're trying to de-emphasize hit scan and more emphasize projectiles. To be fair, it is harder to hit with projectiles than it is with hit scan. Depending on the character, obviously Junkrat, there's characters that are very spammy. There's also ways, because there's travel time involved with it, right? There's time for players to usually react to what's going on. As opposed to hit scan, which just does damage all the time. Turn angles. Back. You can watch the whole thing. Oh, so he just snapped from me to the soldier. Plus.
That's better.
Soldier. Z-axis is not Z height for some reason. Just snap the soldier again? Oh. Screaming people to the wall.
I rubbed some dirt on it. Let's go.
My feet warmer turned off, guys. If you live up in the north, one of the best things you can possibly do for yourself is get a heated foot warmer. Missing a lot of shots on the soldier for some reason. Not on me, though.
Affirmative.
I'm on my way.
Maybe focus aimbot? Still very accurate. Could be range-based. Can you see him through the trellis right now? Ah. Oh, that's just a wall. It's not a trellis. Okay. Like, he's watching the wall, I guess, to try and infer that he's watching from me. Farah is extremely easy to hear in every way, shape, or form. There's no way you wouldn't know Farah's near a rooftop without hearing her jets. Which Echo, on the other hand, for some strange reason, makes almost no sound sometimes.
My ultimate is ready.
Snap between targets. Where does it go around the corner? And it goes to the brig. Does he even see her prior to me going, like his aim going there? They're right there, obviously. No, he just goes to the brig right away without seeing her. There's me. You can see me through the trellis, though.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Get out of my way.
Just did... Piggy's easy to hear, right? Very loud. Snap to the piggy through the wall, and then he snapped to the brig through the wall. It's when we were on the corner right here. Piggy, exactly through the wall. Not his teammate. Brig, through the wall.
Temple.
It was very difficult, and then watching people through walls again, very difficult to get them to disengage at this point. Piggy, by the way. Then Kiriko, which you can't see either, because she's not actually right there. Or was it an Ash? Ash.
My ultimate is charging. Hello there.
On the objective. Requesting backup.
Hello there. Good kitty. Good kitty. Good kitty.
Nanobot discharging.
Perfect tracking behind walls. I think there's a range limitation we saw earlier with the soldier. It's something pretty far. Normally when people have range limit their aimbots, it's something really close. Like with Genji's, it'll like be like 10 feet or something. Because that's his effective range in which if he's inside there, he can like insta-snap to people and he can perform some ridiculous combos. Most of the time they don't, like if they're going to put a range limiter on their aimbot, it's usually not that far, but it's something like 80 feet, I would say, the distance to that soldier. And you can see it just now again when they're way over there.
Step right out. Ready to throw in the towel? Aha, killing time.
Good kitty. Killing pile on the point. Hello.
Something.
Justice reigns from
He just happened to start rolling right at that moment. Fucking balls are so random. Very much like hamsters themselves, they just get spooked and run off somewhere.
That warms the bones. I don't understand your generation. That warms the bones. I don't understand your generation.
Ray, it's 2 Z height above the Ana, but it's Ray when she comes into view, so we could make an argument for that.
You picked the wrong enemy.
I need assistance.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
I'm a man on a mission. Stay out of my way.
Watching them through the wall right now.
Flashpoint unlocked.
Attack the objective.
Ana. Slow reaction.
I've got you in my sight. I'm feeling unstoppable.
Healers tried to save me. There's not much they can do in this case. I don't fault the healers at all. Oh, we should also endorse him. Kiriko tried to save me so much. There's just nothing you can do. They're like 100% accurate. I'm just going to instantly die. Slow reaction. Pre-aim through walls. Pre-aim on the Hanzo through the wall. Watching the Hanzo through the wall again.
I am unbreakable.
Generally pretty good at not pre-aiming basically as it comes around the corner at people. Immediate disconnect the moment he loses line of sight. Follow through, I guess you could say.
Lost.
You could 100% make an aimbot. So like when I talk about losing line of sight, basically their aim just goes off randomly. So if you have someone go behind a wall, you'll have some carryover in momentum as people's muscle memory, like they're just following them through the wall, right? It has nothing to do with actually seeing them through the wall, as visualizing where someone's going to be if they just kept moving in a straight line. Although not always the case. What you'll see with line of sight loss, where the aimbot loses it, is the tracking just stops dead. The moment someone goes behind a wall, or just starts just fucks off in random directions, which doesn't remotely mirror where you'd actually be aiming in real life if you were actually visualizing where someone's going to be, right? But at the same time, they also, despite the fact that they lose tracking, they also don't stop firing. They just start firing at air. They just keep firing at air.
Acknowledged.
Possible pre-aim on Anna?
Unlocks in 10 seconds.
Line of sight. Instantly fucked up. I think you could even have shot me just now, too. So depending on aimbots, the aimbot, in order to maintain lock, will need sight on basically your center chest or head, depending on what it is. It still have shot my wings, and just doesn't. Can't aim as rockets because, once again, my chest and head are obscured. You just shot the wall instead. Pre-aiming me through the wall. Snaps the Anna through the wall. This guy, obviously we're going to report this guy. We're just looking at him just for shits and giggles at this point. Anna.
Check. Affirmative.
Protect the objective.
Something you have to consider too with patch notes like that is they might actually just be, they might be intentional. It might be an Apple accidental target swap to the piggy. It might be just watching the piggy through the wall. It might be an intentional leak to see what the community thinks of them prior to them actually releasing it. Got him. So this was reaction to unknown, I'd gauge this as, where he sees the piggy here. He's not looking at him, by the way. When instead of running up here with the cow, he goes over to the railing here and takes up a safer position, because if he went over here, he could have got hooked and killed, right? Which he's now no longer at, because the piggy's gone. Don't need to worry about that anymore. Re-aim on the Kiriko through the wall.
I rub some dirt on.
Alright, we've seen enough of that. We didn't, honestly, we didn't need to watch all that. We probably need to only see maybe 1 or 2 points in order to actually see what I needed to. Top 500, can't tell. Okay. Okay, so we got our one match with that guy. We aren't going to play against that guy again. Not the WN guy, but the Tobeans guy we aren't going to play against again. And we'll just dodge the game. Which we can, because it's quick play. I got my one game of him instantly two-tapping over and over and over on everyone. That's all I need. That, a chemistry guy? I still don't know what's... I definitely think I should open a ticket on that. I'm still not sold on that, but... That is the only person I've seen in which I can't actually block them and it shows up properly in the game. And I can still see their chat, too. Something there's not exactly working properly. I don't know what it is.
Taken down. I don't think so.
Oh.
Get off my map. Splash. Damage. Clocked. Taking off. Blasted. Well deserved. Double kill. Move back. Double. Double. Messy, but we got it done. Triple kill. We strike again and again.
Oh, also you had max
Concussive out.
max lock distance too, from the looks of it.
Your jetpack.
Forgot to add that.
Maximum impact. Double. Triple kill. Multiple hits confirmed.
The reason, by the way, you'd use a max lock distance, if you're curious about that, is let's say you have a soldier or a McCree. And the further away people are, generally the less influence they'll actually have on whatever's happening. So if you're fighting over an objective or a point, you'll be within a certain distance for the most part. And when people are far away, it really doesn't matter whether or not you hit them or not, because you generally won't be able to secure the kill in the first place. And it allows you to drop your accuracy, so then you have more banked accuracy for
Going down. Notched another.
when it matters, when you're at a point. Basically strategy. Strategery. If your accuracy climbs too high, you get banned. You get step banned. Pick and choose generally when they use their accuracy.
Concussive out.
Good. Good morning, guys. Hi. Happy Wednesday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful morning. Oh, yeah.
Got one. Double kill.
I see.
Prepare for battle. Select your
This is a guy. Oh, this other guy. Another guy with an almost identical name that has one extra L. That also seems to be cheating. Same profile avatar, too. Weird.
Strike from above.
If we do this right, they won't even know what happened. I will create pathways to victory. Make sure you follow them.
Yes. Flying the friendly skies.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Aerial positioning underway. Hello. I see an enemy.
Petra too? What?
Enemy over here. Thank you. I don't think so. Taking to the air.
I think he's close enough to 2-tap.
I need healing.
Okay. Good. Goody good.
Returning to battle. On the move.
My apologies.
Strategeries? Yeah. I mean, it's a good name, right?
Hello there.
Yes. Taking off.
Yeah. Everything you can use. Got the piggy?
Issuing an alert.
On McCree. And 2-tap. Although I wasn't moving. Click.
Shake it off.
The battle ignites me.
Let the enemy guide you. Taking off. I've got you covered. Scatter. I see an enemy.
Ah. For some strange reason, we have double Symmetras, and I have no idea why. Symmetra is generally a very rare pick to begin with, and seeing someone mirror Symmetra prior to them actually knowing there's a Symmetra. Yeah. But she'll probably be a hit scan. Don't worry, it's coming, guys. Cheaters can't tolerate losing. It's gonna happen.
I like this place. It's contemplative.
You're contemplative. That doesn't seem like a high school vocabulary.
Victory is close, but don't go easy on them. Very close to objective. Enemy here.
That's not good. Missed it. Didn't get in time. Sometimes it doesn't register that I don't actually need to wait for a reload. And fire damage. There should be a custom icon for fire damage death. Like fires. You know, like in little incendiary. Around fire and you died to fire.
Establishing aerial position.
I'm on my way.
Oh. What the fuck was that? Oh, I expected her to actually teleport and she didn't. Overshot. So that weird snap you see between the disconnect, that's totally because of his charge, because he can free him for a little bit at the end there. Reaper does the same thing. I thought at first it was some weird shit with an aimbot and it's or cheat, and it's not. Oh, stop that. God.
Reality bends to my will.
Yep.
Let the Kitsune guide you! Enemy over here!
Yeah? Fuck off, Mercy. Oh, didn't kill him in time. And Mercy ran away.
I feel all warm inside.
On the move.
Burn with me.
I see an enemy. Concussive out. Aerial positioning underway. Enemy here. Over there. Dispersing.
What's up?
You like the poo-poo tree? Still got 2 tapped. My god, a 3 tap. And a hero edge miss.
Making another approach.
Poo-poo tree.
Establishing aerial position.
A pleasure.
Reverse psychology! Never switched off of Symmetra. Got him. Didn't do that bad. What cents DPI to use? I use 8600 DPI and 32 cents, I believe. Exclamation point cents. Overshoot. Very accurate, McCree. Good. Also, we probably should look at the McCree there. That's not even the guy I have on my ignore list. Yes. Healers. Okay, I need to take a piss, guys. We'll be right back in 1 moment, and we will continue pauses. 1 second, guys. Holy cow, that's high. Yep. Yes, it is. I always see people go, I play at high sensitivity because I use 1600 and play at 4 in game. And I'm like, nah. Downside being, most mice are not tested for high DPI, regardless of what they say on the packaging. They just don't test them well, and they don't perform well. Past a certain threshold, they'll actually start interpreting, meaning they just make up bullshit as to where you're actually aiming, instead of actually using like a like actually being what the sensor reads. They'll just make it up. You know, like when you use a digital zoom on your camera, same shit. Which is why I haven't really increased my DPI and just reduced my sensitivity. Because they all don't work well. You just expect no one to use it. Which is a shame. It does feel like if games supported things better or mice were better, you should just everyone should just play at the highest possible DPI, because theoretically it's better. Form that way. Peter Chan, yeah. I'll play a game with him. And see. If he's cheating, I'll report him if he's cheating. I haven't gotten Numbani once. No, we got Numbani once this morning.
Strike from above. Greetings. Stay sharp. It's harder to keep you alive when you're distracted. Hello.
Applesauce! Are you contaminated with chromium? Was it lead?
5, 4, 3, 1.
I think it was, no, it was mercury? Lead?
Hey, it's Kiko.
Burns. They actually know what I'm talking about. That's hilarious.
Affirmative.
I didn't actually get to expect to see a response there. And extremely accurate. Alari? Accidental target spot. Knew I was one shot.
Repositioning.
I think most people do. I think you're not that far outside the ordinary. They're still pretty safe at 1600 though. And then you just turn down the in-game sense. That being said, a lot of games do not support like decimal sensitivities, for instance. Right? So you can't tune it down to past 1. I just played the finals. Only game in which I have not been able to turn up sensitivity enough. It maxed out at 100 and 100's not enough. Grinds. Way out. Free him on me through the wall.
And you thought I was rusty. Making another approach.
That's Z height.
Repositioning.
Over here.
Don't worry, guys. We're gonna see more of those.
Over here.
I need healing. Excellent teamwork. This ends now.
Play without the crutch.
Ends now. Shake it off.
So, this guy, weirdly enough, I'm pretty sure has gotten banned, but he wasn't on my block list, so I don't know if he actually has a new account or if he just changed his avatar. So.
Aerial positioning.
Oh my god, my E is late. I don't think we can make it to the point in time even if I go for it. Got it.
I don't want to talk about it. Understood.
Lost. Next, flashpoint refined.
Increasing altitude. Thanks for the upload. Enemy here.
Crusaders!
Railgun charged. The skies await. Establishing aerial position.
Good. We're gonna take a look at Ilaria. We're definitely gonna report the, the fucking Sojourn at the end of the match. A pre-made? Oh, RNG unlucky.
On the move.
I will keep you safe.
Need to look at the Sojourn.
Aerial positioning underway.
Not gonna change anything, bruh. I'm also the one doing the most on the team. I don't know what you want. Yeah.
All systems.
Hey, Sebastian's been in the game for a while, hasn't he?
Rally to me. Going here.
Free him through the wall, directly through the wall. New point of emergence.
Another approach.
Good.
On the move. Taking off. Dispersing.
For the Crusaders!
Oh. Good? Wasn't even for me. Didn't even fucking see me. Good. Uh-huh.
Meteor strike.
So that's why I thought it's a pre-made, is because they're definitely focusing, like multiple people are focusing me at the same time, despite the fact that I'm not doing exceptionally well. I guess I'm doing all right. Considering we have 5 limbs and the tank is 10 limbs, and that's basically who's leading us right now.
This ends now.
Bye. Good old humanization. That's, by the way, what allows you to dodge people that are using an aimbot. It's basically the stickiness of their aim so it doesn't hard lock to you. So AD strafing still works, for instance, on people that are cheating. Uh-huh. Doofus is just trying to style on me because he doesn't actually need to try. I could use the rest of my HP. Know what I'm shooting at right now? Oh. One cares about you.
Meteor strike.
That's the point. Now get over here.
Ah, good. Insta kill. Check for a pre-made.
Making another approach.
Is a 2-stack.
Repositioning.
Queen. Pool and Destiny. Both the healers.
This ends now.
Yep. Alright, so we're going to report the Sojourn immediately, and then we're going to take a look at Olari. As I mentioned, pretty sure has gotten banned, then remade an account, or more than likely just bought one, and then name changed it back to his old name. But we don't know, because he wasn't on my block list. He used to have a leak as an icon. Put him back on block. Let's take a look at Olari. Maybe Junkrat too. Like, that's why I thought that they're grouped together, is because the Junkrat immediately went over to basically intercept me when he saw me, or someone alerted him, because he, like, went around that corner just to basically one-tap me. If this is just being dumb, but that'll happen. Holy shit. Jeez, this guy.
It's go time. That's two. These injuries are something to be proud of. Get away. I'd stay down.
Possibly distance-based. Very random. Not sure why they would just randomly check for people that are hiding. Delayed fire rate, despite being on target. Poor reaction time. Poor reaction time. That was approximately break through the wall. Like you see the Reaper was back there. Prior to hearing footsteps. Aiming the Rhine through the wall. Aiming break through the wall. Aiming break through the wall. Back to break again. Distance, I would say it's about 20 feet. Possible min-lock distance. Bastion through the wall. Good, good, good. Click-aways. Kirika doing? Junkrat? Watching a wall, by the way. Nation.
It's go time. It's go time.
Moving the pylon.
Watching me through the wall. That's break through the wall. Again. Optimization. That's break through the wall. For some reason it has a fixation on Brig. Probably their waifu. Courage miss, possibly. Valari's beam is basically a hit scan, like Sojourn's rail. And for some strange reason, it does actually miss, just like Sojourn's rail does. Actually, Sojourn's rail almost never misses, but does occasionally miss, like hit scans do.
They'll pay for that. I'm taking the point.
I've seen Alari be on target and then miss shots, even though she has a hit scan beam. It's not a beam, a hit scan. Following me through the wall.
Keep it together. On your six. Efficient. Enemy turret eliminated. Changing my pylon's location. Killing pylon deployed. Enemy in sight. Killing pylon out.
This fucking Brig again? Tried to fucking shoot the Brig through the wall again. The fuck is going on here? Or that's an extremely late reaction to the Rhine. Weirdly enough, you'll see some players, like if you watch the kill cam, you'll see some players like hyper-fixate on certain characters, especially through walls. And it looks like this guy's Brig must be his waifu or something. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. Let's see. Guy. PM. Nope. Master. All within 30 feet doesn't miss. Next game. Like, we didn't even do that bad. Obviously, we have a shitload of deaths, and we're going to have a shitload of deaths. That doesn't really mean anything. It's what you do when you're alive. And 4K damage when our other DPS did 2,300 is not bad. 7. They tied the healers. Yay! Off we go. I believe our other DPS quit, but that was in the middle of the first point. So it was like maybe a minute and a half in the match, 2 minutes in the match. Happy Wednesday, guys! I need to go shopping. It's that time. It's that time of the month, guys. Where I have to spend money on consumable items that I then use up and have to buy in another month. Yay! I can't be the only person that hates going shopping. It like just seems like a huge waste of time, and it punishes you. Like, because if you buy the wrong stuff, then you just gain weight and die sooner. Huh. Wall getting in my way. Good.
Got one. I don't think so. Where's your jetpack? Taking off. Double, you aren't watching the skies. Repulsion. Maximum impact. Double. Triple kill. Multiple targets eliminated.
No!
Positioning underway. Double out. I don't think so. Elimination mid-ascent.
Alrighty, well, next game. Also, by the way, crunchy butter, peanut butter, superior to all their forms of peanut butter. In case you're curious about that.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
detected. There is always room for improvement.
Look at this team. We're gonna do great.
Hey, that's my line.
It sounds better when I say it.
Wow. Plagiarism. DMC Air, Lucio. DMC Air.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective. Enemy here.
How the fuck is Anna way back there? Oh my god, Anna. Who the fuck defends exactly on P1?
Hi.
Time to kick some tail.
Take this.
Up and away.
Thanks. 안녕. Ah. Is that it? I need help.
I see an enemy. Blasted. I knew it. Aerial positioning underway. Over here. Nanoboost administered. Do something.
And headshot by the Ash, too. Very accurate Ash.
Do something.
Most unfortunate.
Increasing altitude.
안녕. I'm in here. This will cut the pain. Nice, right?
Over there. Enemy here.
Fuck off, bitch. Punched you, bitch. Suck my dick.
I require healing. I need healing.
I'll turn it up.
Thank you.
What the fuck is that? Good. He's gonna get res right away though. Thought we could get two.
Ooh, I'm gonna shove them in a locker. Do something on the move.
60 seconds remaining.
My ultimate is charged.
I see an enemy.
Aw.
60 seconds remaining.
He's a knower. Very certain the Ash is cheating.
All systems nominal.
See? Fuck was that footstep?
30 seconds remaining. Objective lost. Keep it tight. Stop the pain.
I was like, I'm fine. I'm only missing a bar of HP.
Coming off the bench.
Why my 1% are so low though? Good. Bridge miss.
Shake it off.
Shuri Popa.
Hello. Oh, they're moving the payload.
So we've talked about this before, guys. When people are using aimbots, oftentimes there's the combo of the Ash combo with the dynamite, and they can't actually disengage it. Like, they'll just shoot them no matter what. So despite the fact that it's nowhere near the dynamite, they still popped it anyways. One, not. Are we trying or are we done? No. No.
I don't stay down.
Group up and my ultimate is ready. Get in there and I will push.
The 1% are normally around 460. I don't know why they're so low. Very, very low right now. Dynamite? No. Reg misses again.
Shake it off.
Might be due to the number of deaths, maybe, because when you go to death, you basically have a kill cam. Okay, bye. Really matters.
I don't want to talk about it.
Are you toggled off? Are you missing? Are you missing? No, you're not missing. Those are just hit reg misses. Good shots. Just right through the wall. Perfect.
Let's show him some air power.
Like, basically hard-locked you. Good shit.
Okay.
Hell, you don't say! I'm not even saying anything because we're going to report her. Like, we're just waiting for the game to end so I can report him. The guy's 100% cheating. It's basically close to rage hacking at this point. So, like, the reason I'm not saying anything is because, like, there's nothing to say here. It's basically 100% accurate Ash. So there's nothing outside the ordinary there. They're just cheating. Like, all we're waiting for is the game to end so we can report the Ash. That guy's 100% cheating. Surprisingly, so this is the weird thing. I don't ever mention cheating ever in a game. And the reason for that is because your teammates will often turn toxic and literally start grading you because no one thinks people cheat in the game. And at the same time, look at this shit. At the same time, like, they're so engrossed in whatever's happening in the team, like, they don't even suspect people are cheating. No one cheats in video games, right? Like, we didn't even do bad compared to the rest of our team. Like, let's take a peek here. But, like, I'll never mention it. But usually, occasionally, you'll get someone that actually mentions that guy's very, very blandly cheating. Occasionally, you'll get someone that actually mentions it in the game. No one mentioned it. But yeah, like, compared to the other DPS, literally not all that different than the other DPS. And these guys, the Lucio just wall-rode the entire match. Didn't really even do anything. He was in the middle of nowhere. Tank was kind of present, but not really, and not really getting focused. And then we have the healer that was healing the tank, and, well, we're missing a DPS, or missing a healer. So, not really much going on there. And Ash was obviously blandly cheating. If you picked it up, good for you. I didn't say anything, because we're just going to report her at the end of the match, and we're just waiting for the match to end so I can report her. Okay, and that's a... Is it a burner account, too? No, endorsement 1. Former gold, now top 500 player. When did they start cheating? Maybe season 2? Season 3. They started cheating in season 3. Possibly end of season 2, beginning of season 3. This is a gold. Holy shit. Endorsement 1, by the way. Endorsement 1, you get a one of two ways. It's next to impossible to have endorsement 1, because if you get any endorsements, like in the last week, you'll end up with endorsement 2. Like, you need almost no endorsements to maintain endorsement 2. In order to get endorsement 1, you either have basically an account that's deactivated, you haven't played in forever, so you manage to actually derank over seasons, which is very difficult to do. The other one is, it's a brand new account. This isn't a brand new account, so, yeah. Christ. Yeah. That wasn't a remotely normal game. And obviously the Ash is just trying to dick on me to begin with. So, this is a gold player. Gold, maybe I'd buy Diamond. I'd buy Diamond. Yeah, and then got their gaming chair in Season 3. Or, alternatively, this could have been an account that was bought. So, someone that leveled up their account had a little bit of comp history on it. Basically, they're looking for hours. Whoever the original owner was sold the account, and the person that's on it right now basically bought it after they got banned in an alternate account, which also does happen, so, yeah. Not a normal player, any way, shape, or form. The only misses there were hit reg misses. Hit reg misses being you're on target, but it doesn't count. There was a significant amount of hit reg misses, which is probably the only reason they haven't gotten stat banned yet, is because for some strange reason, they're actually on target and just not doing damage, which is fucking weird. So probably means they have a shitbox. Hit regs come in a couple different ways, and there's not like 100% reason that hit reg misses happen in the first place, but oftentimes deal with your latency as well as FPS. So if you got really shit FPS. Alternatively, aimbots will also influence hit reg because it'll drop your FPS, and then also, for some strange reason, cause hit reg misses to happen in the first place. It doesn't really make sense, but they talk about it on the cheat forums. Only thing that really makes sense is the FPS drops. Yeah, well, I mean, if you see someone cheating, don't even talk about it. It just makes a toxic environment for you and for the people, and then you'll get if you announce it publicly, one of two things will happen. The person will change their behavior, or they'll just focus you more. Both things will make you miserable and or not get them banned, which is not things you want. I'll never talk about cheating. Almost never talk about cheating in the game. Unless someone else mentions it, I'll usually never say anything. Just report people and, you know, try to put as much information in the report as you can as to what you're seeing when it happens, especially if it only happens during a certain time during the match. People will toggle during certain times. When it started, when those guys first came out of the spawn, they weren't that accurate, and then about a minute into the Ash basically just started two-tapping shit constantly. Yeah. And you don't want them to change their behavior, because then it basically ruins the demo, so, you know, you don't, like, if I see that guy again, which we do occasionally frequently see the same people that cheat, well, not frequently, but we'll see the same people a relative number of times, I'll only report them if I see that they're cheating again. Like, if they're just the same person and not cheating, then there's no point in reporting them, because you're basically giving the devs, like, if they look at the demo, they aren't going to see anything, right? You want to have information that's actually relates to what you're reporting them for. That guy was clearly cheating. Occasionally, we got like a nice like 1v1, like when the Ash was not present, and we could basically kill everyone else on the team. But then the Ash shows up and instantly two-taps me, and then there's nothing we can do. I even fucking killed that Genji while fighting over that med kit. I punched him. But yeah, I mean, like, I report a shitload of people, no doubt. That is probably one of our more obvious aimbotters tonight. I mean, well, actually, I take that back. We had... Oh, that one guy that we relatively frequently run into in like the last week or two also cheats a lot. There's two of them actually. One was the LB guy and the other was Mouse or something. I don't remember his name. Yeah. Holy shit. Like I don't know what else to say. There wasn't anything to say there. It's very straightforward. They're just insta snaps to your face, 2 taps constantly. There's no misses in there. The only misses were hit redges. You can literally look at the demo and see exactly that. So you just have to wait for the round to be over so you get a full game and you can report them. I don't even think you need a full game, but just to be safe. It was very bland. Normally, like they'll have like you know, they'll toggle on or off, or they get a they'll set up a set % miss, so a certain number of the shots will actually miss. That guy just wasn't missing, just didn't count, which is weird. I think that's the only reason, for instance, he hasn't got the stat ban. It's because they didn't count. Next game. And I think we're just gonna dodge that guy. That is very clearly cheating. That guy again. But of course, do you, so. How wouldn't you know it's the US? You can tell based on ping where it is, unless you have a really, well no, even if you have a really horrid connection, you'll be able to figure out which it's on. Also, if you didn't know, you can bring up the net display. I don't want to do it. Control-Shift-N will bring up the net display, and you can see the cluster it's part of, and then you can Google it.
Hello.
5, 4,
In case the guy doesn't know. I live in EU, and I have a 30 ping. He doesn't have a 30 ping if he lives in EU. Best you can do in EU is London, because there's a link between London and Chicago, NA. And following through wall, possible bone mesh. Aim at Z height through wall. Well, I mean, if you're curious, we are playing with top 500 players, so... Not that this is the same thing as playing comp. In most cases, if you guys are curious, shields will detach aimbots. So if someone goes behind a shield, their aim will almost always disconnect. There are cases where that doesn't seem to be true, such as Winston's shield, because Winston will often play it. They'll often play the shield, and as such, they seem to know that to avoid
Making another approach.
what the fuck is going on here with these things? Oh, that's for the event. Avoid any sort of hanky-panky action. By the way, one of the best forms of anti-cheat in the game is the fucking lily pad. Oh, I think we need to restart my game too. For some reason, I'm getting shit FPS. You can see my 1% are really low. Normally they're around 460. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. She is still alive. Oh my god. All that Roadhog had to do was just backpedal and he would have been fine. It'd show me good though.
Taking
get him. Yeah, I guess I'll heal myself. Thank you. Percy? Okay, good. So Tracer, pretty sure is cheating. We'll see. Replay, depending on how it goes. Good.
If the universe is a simulation, why aren't there more elephant seals?
It thrills me to put aside my
Doesn't fit.
preparations and humor your brilliant inquiries, Doctor. It thrills me.
Kind words. Thank you.
If only you could constantly be oblivious to criticism. Oh, I missed. That is the Tracer, by the way. Fire into air. Still looks like a bone mesh. Know how all over the place his aim went after I was behind the shield. It wasn't the pig that killed me. Just watching me through the wall. That wall's like a bug zapper for people that have wall hacks, by the way. They'll just stare at it. Whereas if you're a normal player, you won't even see anything. Get him? No.
I'm gonna shove them in a locker. It's go time.
Good. I wish you could free ping when you're, I wish you could free ping, when you're dead. You can't. You only can ping the target that, killed you. You should be able to basically look around your character and ping anything that you see. So if someone's one-shot, you can point out the person that's one-shot even if they don't kill you.
Enemy over here.
But peek the edge. Oh my god, Life Weaver. You gotta be fucking shitting me. Oh, he was about to die? He was literally dead?
All systems nominal. Positioning.
What is that syzygy?
Dude, everyone else is eating shots meant for the Life Weaver.
Always more to learn.
God. You guys going to go? Oh. Hey, buddy.
Let's show him some air power.
Life protects life.
I'm on my game now.
You should have kept running.
I don't think so.
A threat emerges.
Float like a jellyfish, sting like a jellyfish. Enemy over here.
You fucking shit.
Surrender to my will.
Toggled off now.
Making another approach.
Something's going on here with my 1%s, guys. I don't know what that is. Why?
Score 1-1.
Why? Why? Be about 460 for my 1% is not.
You look like a talented bunch. This should be quick.
Hello. Pre-flight checklist complete.
Maybe it's the
Running
update?
clean and hot.
Someone else mentioned the update was causing issues?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Maybe.
Round 3. Capture the objective.
Join me. Greetings.
Hey, it's Overson.
I don't think so. Enemy, I require.
Ah.
Repositioning.
Our objective now.
Thought he was fucking tracking me, wasn't? Dear God, I'm getting directs on them. I don't know how they're counting. What the fuck's going on here? Christ. I was hitting directs on them and they weren't counting. There's the echo. I don't know why this guy isn't a... So, people actually run out of banked accuracy. So this guy did extremely well when he was playing on...
Surrender to my will.
Extremely well when he was playing on... Soldier. I swear to God, I just fucking looked away, and then he's like, I'm gonna come back. And he's like, I'm gonna play May now. He has like 11,000 damage, guys, on fucking Soldier.
It's go time.
Like, I think the fucking Roadhog's looking. He like stops looking at me at the weirdest fucking moment, and like I use my shift to try and. Oh, bitch. D2 Farah? The worst echo. Yeah? You want some heal juice? Give me that overshield. I don't know if we have enough time. Oh my god. Oh, there's a cube. Oh. That. Let's see. Soldier, Tracer. So we called it on Tracer. I don't know why I switched to May. Probably ran out of banked accuracy, as I mentioned.
This ends now. Two down. Cooling down.
Let me check real quick to see whether or not the FPS issues are caused by... I don't see anything. Guy, good. Piggy was extremely accurate as well. All times. Next game.
Strike from above. Establishing area position.
Do I want to try restarting the game? Next game. I don't think it's going to change anything, though.
Strike from above.
I know right now.
Strike from above. On the way.
Double kill.
En route. My rockets are
Double
concussive out.
They're pretty low 1%. Normally 1% is around 460. Like literally around my average. No, they are not.
Establishing aerial position. Dispersing.
Hmm.
Look out for that first step.
F for 23, that's not bad. 4214, that's we're getting shit on by a hard cheater. 3911, also shit on by a cheater. 214. 12. Two cheaters in that match. 4115. All don't look that great. As far as accuracy goes, they had some really kind of weird games tonight. Happen.
Strike from above. Aerial positioning underway.
double kill.
Repositioning. Heat check confirmed.
Double double
When I'm hitting my
Next game.
prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Alrighty. Oh, the weird janky I can't play like this. If I tab out and tab back in, it'll fix itself. Weird fucking modder / capture card desync. I have to restart my game.
that is
I can't play.
what I would
Can't play like that. Well, went from better scenario to a shitty. I still don't know what causes that. It's some sort of weird desync between my main monitor and my capture card. Happened to start when I started playing the game too. Got him.
When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me.
Got a game too, guys.
Multiple targets eliminated. Going down. Double terminated. Back. Taking off. Double Forgot your parachute?
Game feels pretty good. My 1% don't look that great though. Nice game. Good. Is that the really hardcore cheating Ash from earlier? No. Remember?
Hello, strike from above. Increasing out. You're still hiding. When are you coming back for good?
I'm trying very hard. Please be patient with me.
I've been patient for years. What's a little while longer?
May I still call you Captain?
Oh, Winston, that was a long time ago.
You'll always be Captain in my heart. You have my gratitude. Salutations.
Hello.
5, 4,
Affirmative.
3, 2,
Area positioning underway.
attackers incoming.
Enemy over here.
The payload.
Together we will not fail.
Ash just instantly killed the Tracer. Always a good sign. Oh my god, she just ate it. Huh. Well, yeah.
Returning to battle.
I see an enemy. Get them off the payload.
I see an enemy.
Uh-huh. Map between targets.
All systems nominal. Into the air.
Over here.
Enemy over here.
Christ. Okay. Well, everyone's dead.
Group up. Form up.
Oh, I guess you had to go in to get to the point. It would have just been me and him regardless, so. Oh.
Increasing altitude. Excellent teamwork.
Nanobeast administered.
I need to do something.
Drop the payload.
Pass into the iris.
Not good. Very shaky aim. Click wiggles, which are what happens after the aimbot lets go. You see the normal aim, which is something like this, because that's not actually them aiming.
Repositioning. Taking off.
We killed him between the time he was throwing his rock up. Oh, that's great. He could have actually sucked.
I don't want to talk about it.
Good. Although it really doesn't matter, because if we dodged that, like, we would have lived, and he probably still would have died, because they have to wait for respawns right now. So, probably a bad ult, actually. He was basically dead.
I see an enemy.
Killed me.
Repositioning.
Why am I getting microed by the tank? Hey.
Over here.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Oh, by the way, our 1% are at 460 again, so. Okay, just to restart. And 2-tap. That just firing all over the place. Good. Good, good.
All systems nominal.
Many thanks.
Positioning.
Tank gets in.
Concussive out. I see an enemy. I require help me. Over here. Over here. Over here. On the move.
And 2-tap. Yep. Wiggly aim.
Returning to battle.
Enemy here.
That's unfortunate.
You look like you need it.
2 healers or 3 healers. People cheat at the most, guys. Anna, Bap, especially Baps, and then Alaris. Alaris used to be much more common, then they got nerfed. Still good, especially if you 2-tap. Fuck off, Ash. Gotta get that 2-tap. I got away. Gotta give it to me good. Oh, oh. Just sat there behind the pillar and waited.
I see an enemy.
Almost. The Anna was on the cart. A box. Like a hit on the last one.
Positioning.
There's the Me Too Pharaoh. What the fuck is going on here? And it's Ash. It's not the BAP window or the ulted Anna or ulted Pharaoh. No.
The skies awake.
2-tap. Ash. Buddy. Excuse me. Pardon me. How's it going, buddy? Here's this guy that's extremely accurate now, too. Good. Okay. So we're going to report the Ash is clearly cheating. We'll take a look at the BAP. I don't think we're going to have much to go off of here, though.
Play of the game.
That's me.
Justice. Go.
For you, a master that never misses. Form diamond, huh? Not a master aim. Good. Take a look at top 500 Owl League Smurf guys in Masters. Hard stuck Masters. Let's take a look at the BAP. Like I said, I don't think we have much to go off on the BAP. I think he picked in like the last minute of the match or so. It's very late. Was this guy. Then Zens that are like, it didn't seem like the Zen was cheating. So the Zen aimbots definitely do exist because they are projectiles regardless, but usually have a really weird look to them. Like you'll see them stutter between each bar, between each ball on the charged fire, as it basically snaps to the new lead. In your mouse 1. Depends on how it's programmed though. Low reaction time.
What is that melody?
There's Bat.
What's up?
Last 2.5 minutes.
You are completely healed. Immortality field deployed. Stay alive for me.
Little reaction time again.
Careful. You seem to attract danger.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Oh, yeah.
The payload moves in accordance.
I'm on defense.
What is that melody?
The barrier appeared. Peak performance. Popping you up. Popping you up. Everyone feeling better?
Let's keep it going.
Everyone feeling better?
Para reporting.
I'll keep you up.
Everyone feeling better?
So if you look at it here, it looks like it's snapping between the player and then where his mouse actually is. First burst is kind of weird.
I'll keep you up.
Get rubber banding. That's not the way his burst works.
I'll keep
There to there, which is where his aim probably actually is after the aimbot let go. We talked about this before. When people go behind walls and they lose line of sight basically to whatever's locking it, usually the chest or head, dead center chest or head, it'll usually let go and then it goes back, like it'll just stop and you'll see the guy's aim go all over the place.
Para reporting.
After the guy goes behind the wall, you can see his aim readjust sideways. Even with the recoil compensation, it doesn't, like, it's vertical. You can see a recoil here, it goes right, and then it snaps back to the left after he goes behind the wall. Not necessarily means he's cheating, but there's a kind of weird nuance you notice. Like 2 minutes of data to go off of here. Healers, playing the healer will tend to not DPS as much. Pre-aiming Anna?
Right them. Like it never happened.
Watching the boxes.
Let them out.
Need more, guys. Possibly cheating, but there's not much going on there, so I don't know. You'd have to see more Healers in general, when they attack people, is usually pretty sporadic, depending on which healer they're playing. And unfortunately, that guy wasn't really doing much on Zen up till the point where he played BAP. But we're going to call things here for this morning, guys. Tonight will be more of the OW2, so you guys have to look forward to or not to look forward to, depending on if this one you want to watch, I don't know. But tonight will be more of OW2s, guys. Alrighty. If you are new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed watching me getting two-tapped constantly by really sus top 500 players, make sure the follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, YouTube, as well as Twitch every day from late night to early morning, GMT minus 6, so late night North America time. I usually stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take, depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. I'm out here for this morning, guys. Tonight will be more of the OW2s. Alrighty, guys, thanks for watching my streams always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Wednesday morning. Have a good day, guys.